The Fearless, Star Legend Book 2, written and narrated by J.J. Green, with help from Welsh language consultant Mike Paddock. Chapter 26. It was a sticky situation on the bridge. What Wright hadn't had a chance to tell Ellis was that when the BA Space Fleet Admiral, Kim, arrived, she would have to face the previous Admiral, a man named Yorkson, who had been treated by Merlin and expected to resume control. Everyone on the Fearless's bridge except Kim and Yorkson looked like they wished a black hole would swallow them. Kim had her back to the captain's seat, refusing to relinquish it, and Yorkson faced her, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. He was a short man, shorter even than Kim, who no one would call tall, but Wright had always thought he made up for his stature in self-assurance and dignity, up until this moment. The original Admiral looked apoplectic with rage. "This is a discussion to be had in private," said Kim coolly. "Return to sickbay for a full medical evaluation and we will discuss the matter further. Until then, I am Admiral of this fleet." "I am perfectly healthy and fit to command," Yorkson retorted. "For the last time, move aside." "I'm sure you're aware if I suspect your mental capacity, I could have you thrown in the brig." Kim's threat caused the bridge crew to sink deeper into their seats. "You wouldn't dare!" exclaimed Yorkson. Kim leaned in and narrowed her eyes. "Try me." Wright gave a loud cough. All gazes turned to him. "Can I make a suggestion, Admirals?" "I'm all ears," Kim replied sardonically, while Yorkson only glared. "Perhaps you could talk with the heads of armed forces on Earth via comm to settle the matter, or at least find a way forward." He added, "By yourselves, in a cabin. I'll take command of the bridge while you're gone." "I'm willing if he is," said Kim. Yorkson hesitated, his eyes flicked toward the captain's seat as if he were planning to jump into it the minute Kim moved away. She placed a protective hand on the armrest. Yorkson gave an exasperated huff. "All right, I agree. Let's do that." But he didn't move, and neither did Admiral Kim. Wright had to walk over and slide into the seat before Kim would step away from it. Tutting and shaking his head, perhaps trying to make Kim out to be the childish one, Yorkson stepped to the door, jutting his chin. Kim followed him. As they disappeared, a sigh of relief sounded around the bridge, and the crew visibly relaxed. "Thanks, Major," someone murmured. He wondered what Colburn would have made of the two warring admirals. She probably would have knocked their heads together and thrown them both in the brig. Some BA military leaders were still commanding sizable forces on Earth. The Army, Navy and Air Force stationed in Oceania were the most intact, though even they wouldn't last long, in Wright's estimation. Supply chains that had routed through the Caribbean had only recently been solidly established after the fall of the Britannic Isles. Now that centres like Jamaica and Barbados were lost to the EAC, Oceania's military would already be feeling the lack of support. Wright hoped the remaining military leaders could keep Kim and Yorkson from each other's throats. They were a week from Earth. By the time they reached the rest of the fleet, Merlin needed to finish bringing the rest of the Fearless's personnel back to normality. Regaining the lost territories was going to be a long, hard slog for the BA. But with their flagship back in their possession, the Space Fleet could back up initiatives on the surface. It could also keep the EAC's space vessels occupied. He'd read the official reports on Jamaica yesterday. Contact had been lost with the resistance, or perhaps deliberately severed. Some said the group didn't want the BA's help, that they wanted to be entirely independent once they'd driven out the EAC. He didn't condemn their aspiration, but he doubted it was realistic. Jamaica might be hard to conquer, but the crusade would do it eventually. The resistance only stood a chance if it had a helping hand. After 20 minutes or so of musing over what the future might bring, Wright's thoughts were interrupted. "Sir," said the censor officer, Buchanan, "we're picking up readings of 2 large starships heading our way." "I take it they aren't ours," Wright replied. "No, sir." The man's gaze was intent on his screen. "Still gathering data." "Hail them," he told the comm officer. He guessed they were enemy vessels following the trace of the corvette that had brought Admiral Kim. He began mentally running through the logistics of an engagement. The Valiant and Fearless were powerful vessels, but both were seriously undermanned. "One is a battle cruiser," said Buchanan. "Great." "She's flanked by a Class 2 frigate." "Ugh." "EAC?" Wright asked. "They aren't answering our hails," the comm officer said. Wright inwardly groaned. "Sound battle stations," he told the comm officer. "Brigadier Colburn would like to speak to you, sir." "Put her through." Colburn's voice sounded loud and distinct in his head. "What's Admiral Kim's plan? She hasn't replied to my comm." "She's probably too busy arguing with Admiral Yorkson about who's in charge." "Oh, him! I'd forgotten about him. Find them, Wright. Tell them to pull their fingers out or—" Kim burst onto the bridge, Yorkson at her heels. "They're here, Brigadier." "About time." The link cut out. Colburn had cleared the connection to await Kim or Yorkson's comm. "Thank you, Major," said Kim. "We'll take over from here." Wright looked from one to the other. Could he trust them to put their bickering aside for the duration of the battle? He had little choice. "Should I coordinate the boarding repulse teams?" he asked. "Yes," Yorkson replied. Neither sat in the captain's seat. Wright guessed it was by mutual agreement. That was something to be said in their favour. He had feared the problems in the BA were continuing the same as before. He could organise the teams that would defend the airlocks via comm, so he started doing that, but the list of men and women in full health was depressingly short. Many of them would still be weak, and some of them would be caring for the remaining crew who hadn't received treatment yet. The sick ones would just have to look after themselves. He began sending out orders. Chapter 27. The trip back to Carla's castle was passing in silence. Morgan peered curiously out of the window of the aircraft, apparently taking in all she saw, from the towns and cities of BI passing beneath them to the sun and clouds. A day had passed while Carla had been in the cave and the sun was setting. A few stars were already visible, and Morgan paid especial attention to them. Eventually she relaxed in her seat and turned to Carla. "I need to know everything. Do you have a single source of knowledge about your world?" Her brown eyes were frank. Carla had realised when they reached the surface of the mine the reason Morgan appeared to be more human to her now was because her eyes were normal and no longer fully black. "What do you want to know?" she replied. "I can answer your questions." She wanted to restrict the woman's access to information. The less she knew, the more control Carla could exert over her. "No." Morgan returned her attention to the view from the window. "You must show me how to conduct my own research when we arrive at your home." Carla's hands were already balled into fists in her lap. At this response, she clenched her hands tighter. Inwardly, she was fighting a battle. Ever since releasing Morgan from her prison, she'd been tempted to tell one of the guards to kill her. The threat she posed to Carla's position was clear. Preventing her from ordering the woman's execution was the fact that she had to hold secrets Carla hadn't even imagined. She was also the key to everything Carla believed in and hoped to make happen on Earth. She was also more than a little afraid that ordinary pulse fire wouldn't kill her, and she would exact a terrible revenge for the attempt. She decided all she could do was to allow events to unfold and not do anything hasty until she had a better understanding of the situation. It would be impossible to withhold the existence of interfaces from Morgan. She took hers out from the seat pocket and handed it over. The woman's face brightened. "Ah, I see." She opened the screen. "Primitive, but it will suffice." Carla watched out of the corners of her eyes while Morgan searched for and read information. She seemed particularly interested in technology, especially starships. Next, she focused on recent world events, looking up news of wars and conflicts. She read a report on the situation in the Caribbean. It was from a global news channel, so it was biased against the EAC. "This is your group, yes?" Morgan asked, slanting the interface toward Carla. "Yes. Would you explain something?" She replied absent-mindedly. "What?" "How did you survive so long, cut off from everything? You had no food or water in the place I released you from." "I do not need food or water, though it is pleasant to enjoy them again." She picked up a cup from its holder and took a drink, smiling at Carla before replacing it. "Then you aren't human?" "Your questions are boring me," Morgan replied. "Please be quiet." They didn't go directly to Carla's castle. Before they reached their destination, Morgan asked her again about the man she had warned her about. The man the BA had snatched from her grasp in the mountains of West BI. She insisted on being taken to the place. There was nowhere close to the cave where the aircraft could land. The pilot was forced to set them down in a sloping, stubbly field hundreds of meters away. "We can come back here later," Carla protested as the exit door opened and a cool wind swept in. She was still begrimed from the mine as well as exhausted. All she wanted was a hot bath and a warm bed. "There's nothing there. The cave is empty. Why do you want to see it now?" Ignoring her, Morgan stepped down the stairs that extended from the opening. The breeze whipped her robe around her slim form and lifted her black hair. Carla heaved a sigh and told her guards to accompany her before following. She'd never bothered to go to the cave herself. That night, when her soldiers had closed in on the spot she'd finally identified after long years of searching, all she had cared about was finding the man and having him killed. When she'd learned the BA had beaten her to him, that was all that mattered. How could an empty cave possibly be important? Morgan was striding over the field toward the lower slopes of the mountain. The ground was weedy. No crop had been planted that year. Most of the local inhabitants had been executed or had fled to Ireland. The country was next on her list to be conquered. For someone who had spent decades imprisoned, Morgan could move surprisingly fast. Carla struggled to keep up. The sun had set. The mountain loomed up darkly in the moonless night. Morgan was among the boulders now, climbing confidently higher, somehow unimpeded by her long skirt. Carla was sweating with effort. Her anger was compounded by tiredness and frustration. With her guards near her in that quiet, lonely place, would it be so hard to tell one of them to take Morgan out, there and then? She would miss out on what the woman could offer her, but it would put a decisive end to the threat to her position as leader of the EAC. Carla stopped to catch her breath. The two armed men at her sides halted with her. Morgan climbed onward, oblivious. Carla could see the cave entrance now, a crooked slit in the rock surrounded by fragments of stone. She recalled a soldier's report that the BA had been forced to blast open the mountainside. With Morgan distracted, it was the perfect time to execute her. Was it the right thing to do? John would certainly never approve of killing an unarmed woman, but John's moral compass wasn't her concern. He didn't understand the necessities entailed in holding a position of power, and he never would. She was more concerned about what was most beneficial and expedient. She made her decision and gave the order. Her guards continued their climb, and she went after them more slowly, allowing them to get ahead of her. Morgan had reached the cleft. She disappeared inside. Carla moved between the boulders, often forced to use her hands as well as her feet, gradually ascending. Above her, the first of her guards reached the cave. She saw the man enter it, and a couple of seconds later his companion joined him. Continuing to climb, Carla watched the dark space for the flash of pulse fire that would signal the end to her rival's life. But though she watched all the way until she reached the place herself, the flash never came. Confused, she stepped through the opening. Her guards were there, and so was Morgan. She had her back to them and was bending over a raised platform hewn from the natural stone. She ran her hands across it, and Carla thought she heard her whisper, "Yes, he was here." Why hadn't one of the guards shot her? Carla turned to one man and then the other, glaring at them, but they didn't seem to understand the meaning of her look. Yet her order had been clear. Morgan spun around to face them. "Someone hurt you," she said to Carla. "Who was it? One of the forces that extracted Arthur?" "Yes, it was one of the BA, but he was just a soldier. I don't know who." "You must find out." "I would love to, and I'm trying, but "You must find him," Morgan reiterated. She swept across the cave and pushed past Carla to leave it. Carla waited until she was out of earshot and then said quietly to her guards, "I ordered you to kill her. Why didn't you?" The men looked puzzled. They glanced at each other before one replied, "I'm sorry, Dwyer. I must have forgotten." "What about you?" she asked the other guard. "Did you forget too?" He cast his gaze downward. "I'm very sorry, Dwyer." "Never mind," Carla said bitterly. "Let's go." Every visit Carla had made to Morgan via John's formula, the woman had impressed upon her that she was special, and part of her uniqueness was that she was inviolable. Carla had never discovered how or why, and she'd never exactly put the assertion to the test, but she'd believed her. It made sense that Morgan was inviolable too. Chapter 28. Tension on the Fearless's bridge wound tighter as the ships closed the distance between them, each waiting to reach firing range. The teams to repulse boarders were in place, and Kim and Yorkson seemed to have made an uneasy truce. Wright had little else to do except wait, so he decided to try to find Ellis. She clearly hadn't been to see the bosun, as she wasn't contactable via comm. He wanted to assign her to a team. Though she was only one individual, she was good at her job, and with the scarcity of fit crew, they would need everyone they had. The obvious place to look for her was Arthur's cabin. He commed the interface there. Neither Arthur nor Merlin had personal comms. Arthur hadn't gotten over his fear of them, and Merlin hadn't been assigned one. The comm was answered by Arthur. "Major Wright," he said warmly. "How can I help you?" "I'm looking for Corporal Ellis. Is she there?" "No, she might be in the sick bay." "In sick bay? What's wrong with her?" Arthur seemed about to reply, but Merlin said something in the background, and then his face replaced Arthur's on the screen. "There was an unfortunate accident during a sparring session," said the alien. "Ellis got hurt in training. That was a first. Is she okay?" "I assume so," Merlin replied. "I offered to treat her myself, but she refused." "Okay, stay in your cabin." Wright closed the comm and opened another to sick bay. He told the medic who answered to put Ellis on if she was there. When she appeared, he reared back a little and blurted, "Whoa!" If he hadn't known who she was, there's no way he would have recognized her. Her eyes were surrounded by purple-black rings like a panda in negative. Her lips were puffed as if a hive of bees had attacked her, but also split and bloody. And her nose... "Thanks, Mayor," she said. "What?" "I said thanks or sympathy." He only understood a couple of words, but he got the gist. "Sorry, I got a shock. What the hell happened to you?" Ellis rolled her puffed eyes. She tapped her screen. At Wright's end, text appeared. "It's kind of hard for me to talk right now. What do you want?" After a brief pause, another word appeared. "Sir." "It doesn't matter. Stay where you are until the battle's over." "No, I want to fight. Get me security access to the nearest armory. Which airlock should I go to?" "No way. You're not in any state to fight." "I discovered a long time ago the BA has some really good drugs." "Which airlock?" If her injuries did only extend to her face and she wasn't in any pain, she was probably okay to take part in the battle. Plus, as a last resort, she could remove her helmet. Her appearance alone was a deadly weapon. "Okay, wait a minute for your clearance to activate. Then go to aft airlock 4. The screen went dead. "Thanks, Major Wright," he said. Then an idea hit. Merlin! "Admiral Kim, Admiral Yorkson, have you considered asking for Merlin's help in the battle?" The alien had never confirmed or denied that, in his other manifestation, he'd been responsible for what happened to the Fearless. But if he could fling one starship across space, surely he could just as easily fling another. The admirals stared at each other and then both nodded. Kim replied, "Ask him, Major. You know him best." He contacted Arthur's cabin again. This time the alien answered with a knowing smile on his face. "I was wondering when it would occur to you." Before Wright could ask the question, however, Merlin said, "I can't help you, sorry." The Major found himself looking at a blank screen for the second time in the space of less than a minute. He told Kim and Yorkson the alien's answer. "Can't or won't?" Yorkson asked. "It doesn't matter," said Kim. "We can't order him to help us." "Isn't there a way?" "We have about 15 minutes to think of one." "It shouldn't be that hard," Yorkson mused. "It isn't in his interest for the Fearless to be defeated." "What does he care?" Kim asked bitterly. "If the ship's destroyed, he can poof into a cloud and float away." Wright wondered about what the Admiral had said. What she hadn't considered was that Merlin was clearly here for Arthur, a regular human being who couldn't puff into a cloud and fly away. Even as a mummy, he'd needed air. 15 minutes had passed, and no one had thought of a way to make Merlin pull his magic cloud trick out of his ass. What was more, no other BA Space Fleet vessels were within a day's travel of the Fearless and the Valiant. Aside from the Cornflower and Admiral Kim's corvette transportation, the Buttercup, they were on their own. Bolts shot out from the EAC battlecruiser. She'd fired her pulse cannon. "Return fire," snapped Kim. "All cannon." On the holo displaying the ship's positions, the frigate began to peel away from the battlecruiser. Wright wondered what instructions the admirals had given Colburn regarding the Valiant's deployment. She was low on manpower too, due to so many of her crew being transferred to care for the injured on the Fearless. The pulses from the battlecruiser had impacted harmlessly with the flagship's force shield, and the return fire had a similar minimal effect. It was when the ships drew closer the real damage would be done. Plasma cannon and particle lances were only effective at short range, and disruptor torpedoes, though deadly, were slow across the vast distances of space warfare. The Fearless would have to get in very close for the EA ships to not have time to destroy them with pulse rounds before they reached their target. The frigate was firing at the Cornflower, which had gotten ahead of the larger, slower ships. Yorkson barked an order to her captain to pull back and wait to engage Scorpions, the EAC's close space combat craft, should any launch. The Valiant began to manoeuvre away from the flagship, mirroring the movement of the frigate. "Come on," muttered Yorkson. The Fearless's acceleration was already pushing Wright hard into his seat. The battlecruiser was also piling on speed, her heading dead on. The two ships were playing chicken. "Power up the particle lance," ordered Kim. A short burst of explosive ray from the lance could penetrate so deeply into a starship it would cleave her in two. Meanwhile, the Valiant and the frigate were drawing closer. Pulses from the battlecruiser continued to impact the Fearless's force shield, and the flagship's pulses flew out with equal regularity. Eventually, one or both ships' shields would collapse, and the pulses would hit their hulls directly. That was why Kim had begun to slowly build up power in the lance. The ship couldn't spare much energy from her shields. The frigate began to fire at the Valiant. Chapter 29. In the Brez's control centre, Larkin was absent-mindedly juggling, standing in front of the display screen watching the ever-scrolling images of the vessel's construction sites. He'd realised he'd become too unfocused, allowing daydreams and nostalgia to invade his thinking. He needed to get back on task and concentrate on the here and now, before he did something else that might jeopardise the shiny future he had planned. Iolani Hale was confined to her suite. It was the best on the ship, aside from his own. Spacious, luxuriously furnished, fully equipped with its own spa, gym and sim room, it contained everything anyone could desire for a pleasant stay. The suite had also contained its own printer, but it had that removed. He didn't want Hale to create something to help her escape. Guards stood outside the door round the clock, but she was a smart woman. He wouldn't put it past her to fashion a club or similar item to take them out. It was true that she would then have to somehow get aboard a shuttle and pilot it all the way back to Earth, but, unlikely though that was, he couldn't take any chances. If she went around spreading her story of her kidnapping, she could ruin everything. He hadn't told any of his workers on the Brez what he'd done, but Burke, Jeffries, Shaw, and now the guards he'd directed to watch Hale knew. It was inevitable the news would get out. From the coolness of the people he worked with directly, it already had. Kekoa seemed especially affected. Her expression as she sat at her console was sullen. Jurra and Stedman were also quiet, though they seemed more afraid than angry. Larkin walked to his seat, placed the juggling balls on the armrest and sat down. He was in a difficult position, and he didn't know how to get out of it. If only he'd been able to place Hale in cryo, then he might have been able to keep Jeffries, Burke and Shaw quiet. He had much he could offer in exchange for their silence, but to keep Hale's presence a secret while she was living aboard the ship was impossible. "Sir," Kekoa blurted, swivelling around to face him. "Could I please speak to you outside?" His stomach sank. He had a feeling he knew what was coming. "Can't it wait until the end of the day?" he asked. I'm sure you must be very busy." "No, it can't." "Very well," he replied tetchily. She followed him into the passageway. "I want to tender my resignation," she said, as soon as the doors closed. She glared up at him, looking as though she was about to cry, though with rage, not sadness. "I don't have anything to give you in writing, but my letter will arrive in your inbox today." You know you have 3 months' notice to serve." "I know, but I'm breaking my contract. I'll be leaving on the next cargo transport." "If you break your contract, I'll sue. You're a vital part of the management team. Many of the habitats are unfinished. To get someone in to take over your role will be expensive and time-consuming and set the project back weeks. If I win in court, and I will, you'll be ruined." "I don't care," Cocoa exclaimed, clenching her hands into fists and leaning in to glare at him. "I refuse to be part of this. I've put up with so much over the years. Your moods, your arrogance, your petty, nasty vindictiveness, your stupid fucking juggling. You like to think you're the big boss who can throw his weight around and do anything he likes, but you aren't. We're all here of our own free will. We can leave, and there's nothing you can do about it. I will not tolerate you imprisoning an innocent woman. Let me guess, she stood up to you, right? She didn't want to join the project, so you decided you were going to force her. Who the fuck do you think you are, God?" Larkin saw red. Who did he think he was? Who did she think she was, that she could insult him? He was the originator, owner and leader of the Antarctic Project, humanity's greatest endeavour. She was just an engineer, one of many he could have hired to do her job. "Fine," he spat. "Do it. I don't owe you any explanations. You don't like the way I run things? Leave. I'll find someone to replace you. It probably won't be that hard. In fact, I'm sure I'll be able to find someone better. Someone who actually knows what they're doing and doesn't cock things up half the time. Go. We'll all be better off without you." Cocoa spun on her heel and strode away. Larkin watched her go, still seething over her slurs. He knew what he'd done was questionable, but it didn't give her the right to talk to him like that. If she'd approached him more reasonably to discuss the matter, he would have explained the necessity of Hale's temporary imprisonment. He would have made her understand. But she was deliberately choosing to cast what he'd done in the worst possible light before learning all the facts. He marched into the control room and threw himself into his seat, offence and rage consuming him. Picking up one ball at a time, he flung them at the display screen. They hit and slid to the floor. For the next few hours he stewed over Cocoa's resignation and impending departure, not leaving his chair. A comm from Admiral Bujold arrived. "Sir, there appears to be a battle going on between the EAC and BA. "Details?" he asked. "It's about 2 hours from our current position. The BA ships were heading for Earth and the EAC has intercepted them. The fighting's just begun." His military starships were patrolling a region of space roughly equidistant between Earth and the colony shipbuilding site. After successfully defending the vessels from the EAC not too long ago, he was wary of a second attack. "And why are you telling me this?" Bitterness and spite from Cocoa's act of disloyalty edged his question. I wondered, in light of our recent defence of the BA ship, the Valiant, if you wanted to do anything." He recalled the ship's commander, Colburn, refusing to offer him anything in return for his help. "Thank you for your consideration," he replied sarcastically. "But our ties with the BA are severed. They are on their own." "Right, sir," said Bujold sadly. "It's probably moot at this stage anyway. By the time we arrived, we would only be searching for survivors." "As I've learned today," Larkin said, We must all look out for ourselves." He closed the comm. Toward the end of the day, his ire had begun to cool, and he was wondering if he'd been too harsh with Kekoa. Perhaps it was natural she would be uncomfortable with what he'd done to Hale. She didn't have the full facts, and he hadn't taken the time to explain them to her. Perhaps it would be worth sending something out to everyone aboard to spell out the situation. If he didn't, he might see more ill-considered snap reactions. What he'd said to Kekoa was correct. He would be able to replace her eventually, but losing more of his team would be inconvenient and costly. He resolved to write something that evening and broadcast it first thing in the morning. Another comm arrived. This time it was from the man he'd put in charge of organising Hale's guards. His face appeared on Larkin's interface, sweaty and fearful. "Uatalman, I'm sorry to report Miss Hale has gone missing from her suite. We're currently looking for her." "She? What in damnation happened? How did she get out?" "I'm still not sure, sir. Both the guards seem to have been momentarily distracted. When they returned, they immediately checked whether she was still there and discovered she wasn't. Her door was unlocked and she was gone." Chapter 30. The Fearless's force shield was weakening under the barrage of pulse bolts from the EAC battlecruiser, but the ship was nearly within range to use her particle ray and plasma cannon. The battlecruiser didn't look like she was going to back down. Wright could see how destroying the BA's flagship would be a hell of a victory, but it was not a foregone conclusion. The EAC commander was taking a big risk. Even poorly manned, the Fearless was functioning well. The same couldn't be said for the corvettes Cornflower and Buttercup. Both ships had taken excessive fire, and Yorkson had ordered their captains to hang back, perhaps planning to throw them at the EAC vessels as a last resort. The Valiant was in a worse position. She'd already taken several direct hits to her hull. The frigate she was fighting appeared to have better defensive capability, taking out many of the Valiant's pulses before they even reached her. "Estimated time to loss of force shield?" Yorkson asked the weapons officers Daintree and Pascal. "1.5 minutes," Pascal replied. Yorkson and Kim looked at each other and nodded. "It's enough," said Kim. Wright wondered how much energy had already been expended in the hundreds of pulse bolts they had unleashed on the battlecruiser. At this rate, they would have to coast the rest of the way to Earth, relying on inertia to carry them. Assuming they won. "Multiple impacts on the hull," someone shouted. Their force shield was still up, which meant the hits weren't from an energy weapon. "Railgun," said Kim and Yorkson simultaneously. "Launch Swifts," said Kim. The titanium slugs from the battlecruiser's railgun could puncture the Fearless's skin. The resulting loss of pressure would only be a problem for personnel who didn't make it behind the automatic seals that would lock down in response. A more serious outcome would result if the slugs hit her weapons. And there was nothing they could do about it. The Fearless didn't carry a railgun herself. The configuration of the weapon's design, requiring a rail along the ship's spine, didn't work alongside the platform-mounted particle lance on her bow. One ship couldn't carry both, and the lance's manoeuvrability made it the superior choice. The Valiant did carry a railgun, but the ship had to be face-on to her enemy to use it, and the frigate was too fast at getting out of the way. Tiny dots appeared on the hollow as the Fearless's Swift sped out. Yorkson ordered the pilots to focus their attention on the battlecruiser's railgun. Meanwhile, Kim told the helm to move out of the line of fire. But the ships were now so close, and the flagship's size constrained her movement so much, the battlecruiser wouldn't have much trouble following her. A flood of dots spilled from the EAC ship. She had launched her Scorpions to engage the Swifts. 30 seconds to shield loss, said Daintree. We're in plasma cannon range, added Pascal. "Let them have it," said Yorkson. Wright felt a shudder as the cannon fired. The stream of high-energy ionised gas would pierce the battlecruiser's foreshield as the titanium slugs had ploughed through the Fearlesses. The effect would be similar to a pulse bolt, craters of burning melted metal and explosive decompression at large hole breaches. And the plasma was harder to stop. A single pulse hit only punctuated the stream. The Valiant was in trouble. Over the course of many space battles, Wright had become accustomed to reading and interpreting the minute movements of ships on the holo display. Colburn's ship had slowed and, rather than attempting to turn to face the frigate, she was maintaining the same course, as if to get away. The Brigadier wasn't running, she wasn't capable of it. Something was wrong with her vessel. Possibly one of her engines had been hit. Yorkson and Kim were in constant comm with Colburn, and from the grave looks on their faces, Wright knew his suspicions were correct. "Shield down," said Pascal. "We must be able to reach them with the lance by now," declared Kim. "Yes," Daintree agreed, "but we'll cause fire particle lance," ordered Kim. Yorkson looked as though he wanted to disagree, but said nothing. "Minimal damage," Daintree continued to himself. On the holo, a thread of light shone from the Fearless, reaching across space to the EAC ship, a deadly strand of energy. Then it disappeared. "What happened?" Kim exclaimed. "I'm seeing—" Pascal consulted his screen. "The lance isn't responding, ma'am. It's out." "Out?" asked Yorkson. "How?" "It's that damned railgun," said Kim. "That's my guess," said Pascal. "Running a diagnostic." "It doesn't matter," Yorkson muttered. "We don't have the time or crew to fix it. We'll just have to hang on until we're close enough to launch torpedoes." Now that the force shield was down, the Fearless was also taking hits from the battlecruiser's pulse bolts. Its own bolts had to be diverted to stave off the worst of their attack. Now it was plasma cannon against railgun, each ripping the other ship's hull to pieces. Wright saw alarms going off all over the ship as the hull took a battering, and with the reduced number of personnel, each breach would take longer to patch. "Are the torpedo crews in place?" Yorkson abruptly asked Wright. "Yes, sir." Along with the boarding repulse teams, he'd verbally rounded up the men and women whose job it was to man the launchers. They'd been thin on the ground. The order in which Merlin had treated the Fearless's personnel had been random. Wright had breathed a sigh of relief when he'd finally found enough of them. "What do you think?" Yorkson asked Kim. She bit her lip. Although disruptor torpedoes were devastating, they were slow. They would home in on their target, so the battlecruiser couldn't outmaneuver them. But if they were launched from too far away, they could easily be taken out by pulse bolts. Plus, they weren't energy weapons. The Fearless carried a fixed number that couldn't be replenished until they were restocked. Once they were all fired, that was it. A light flashed on Wright's interface. Deck 1, containing the waste treatment, laundry, printers and hold, had entirely depressurized. Everyone else on the bridge had seen the alert too. A silent wave of alarm and sorrow went around the room. It would have been impossible for everyone on the deck to have escaped in time. Yorkson and Kim shared a mutual look. "Launch torpedoes," Kim said. The holo display didn't show the solid cylinders flying toward the battlecruiser. They weren't small, but they were too small to show against the vastness of space, and the energy from their thrusters was nothing compared to the power of a pulse bolt. But the impacts of the battlecruiser's pulses as they hit them were visible. Tiny flashes lit the display, less powerful than the smashing together of pulses. "If they do nothing," said Yorkson, "at least we will have distracted their pulse cannon for a while." Wright tried to count the flashes. He got to 13 and then stopped, unsure if he'd missed some or if he'd mistaken a torpedo's destruction with a pulse bolt collision. Tense silence reigned. All gazes were fixed on the hollow. "The Valiant's down," said Daintree. Wright's chest tightened. In the strain of the battle with the EAC ship, he'd forgotten about Colburn's plight. At Daintree's statement, he looked at the ship. She was moving in a direct line, apparently unable to turn. The frigate was closing in. "It's a hit!" yelled Pascal, leaping from his seat. "We hit her!" A shout of relief and joy went up. One of the disruptors had got through. It didn't matter if the impact was dead-on or glancing. The warhead would have exploded, and the battlecruiser must have begun to disintegrate. The mood on the bridge took a fast downward turn. Officers who had jumped up and slapped each other's backs sat down, and quiet fell once more. Wright knew what everyone was thinking because he was thinking the same. He was imagining himself on the battlecruiser, panicked and fearful, knowing within minutes the ship would be nothing but a cloud of atoms, knowing that, if he didn't get to an escape vessel in time, he would be nothing but atoms. If the effect reached the escape craft, there would be no escape. 1 second the crew would be inside the ship, the next the bulkhead would disappear and they would be looking out at empty space. The very air they breathed would break down before its pressure forced it out into the vacuum. Wright watched the mote of light that signalled the presence of the battlecruiser. He watched it for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was gone. Chapter 31. Hans carefully inspected his fingernails. They were grimy with soil and chipped. Good. He'd snuck out in the early morning to scrape and scratch in the dirt to achieve the right effect. There were no mirrors among the basic supplies the Resistance had gathered, but, judging from the shaggy feel of his beard and hair, he didn't need to do anything to make them more dishevelled. He checked his clothes. They were dirty and torn, and sweat patches stained his shirt. Perfect. "Hans," called Maria, before continuing in patois, "We're leaving. Are you ready?" He'd stepped from the semi-darkness in his spot in the cave into the light of the electric torches. "I'm ready." The leaders of the Resistance group, Maria, Devon, and a man called Charles, were waiting for him at the bottom of the slope that led out of the cave. As Hans reached them, he said, "I want to thank you again for this opportunity. You can't imagine how much I appreciate it." Maria nodded, but the two men didn't comment. Had he said the wrong thing? Perhaps he'd been too effusive. He was still learning how to be accepted by the Jamaicans. It was possible he might never be accepted, but he would try. At the very least, he wanted to worm his way into their confidence. He'd made a good start with the raid on the EAC convoy. Now he had to build on his success. They emerged into the brilliant sunlight. Hans blinked and squinted. The empty bamboo cage that had held him for weeks sat open in its usual place. He gave a shudder. When they returned, if he did well at the meeting, he might propose they burn it on the fire. They followed the trail up the side of the hollow to Maria's car, where she'd parked it when she'd brought Hans to the hideout. It didn't look as though it had been driven since. Thick dust coated it, turning the windscreen and windows opaque, and dead leaves decorated the flat surfaces. They spent a few minutes cleaning it. "Is it safe to drive this now?" asked Hans. He'd guessed they hadn't used the car because they feared it might be identified. Maria had been employed by Sis after all. A look passed between Devon and Charles before the latter replied in English, "It is safer now than it was. The commander Maria killed at Port Lorenzo. It turned out she was the de facto EAC leader on the island. They've been less organised since she died, and the Dwyer hasn't named a replacement yet. From what we hear, she's been distracted and out of touch lately." "Ha! Good for us!" exclaimed Hans. "It's a small risk to take the car," continued Charles, "and the alternative is a 20-kilometre hike." Devon opened a door. "You sit in the back." Maria drove, though it seemed to Hans more expertly than she had before. She must have been faking then, maintaining her mask of ignorance and innocence. The car rocked and shook as they travelled along the rough dirt track. As the others talked, Hans kept his mouth shut and listened. His understanding of patois had improved, and he caught the gist of about 75% of what they said. They were discussing the situation on the island. He heard references to 7 or 8 more resistance groups. The largest was based in Kingston, and it had been obstructing the EAC takeover of the city since the early days following the invasion, blowing up installations, sniping at soldiers in the streets, and organising mass defiance of the new authority. Some members had been caught and hanged, or worse, making an example of what would happen to others who refused to accept the new status quo. If anything, this seemed to have inflamed the Jamaicans' anger. They'd lived too long under one ruling class, as they saw it, to passively accept another, especially not one that was already carrying out mass executions. Hans didn't see the meeting place from the road. Maria stopped the car apparently in the middle of nowhere. They got out and continued on foot down yet another barely discernible trail. "The other members are approaching from different directions?" asked Hans. Maria gave a nod. 5 minutes later, they stepped into a shady clearing in front of a waterfall. The pool at its feet spilled into a wide stream that ran out between the trees. These overshadowed the clearing on all sides, protecting the wooden hut at the stream's edge from drone surveillance. Inside the hut, several resistance leaders were already waiting. They hugged Devon, Maria and Charles, but regarded Hans with wary eyes. He heard murmured exchanges in patois as the leaders questioned the wisdom of having a bakra at the meeting, hearing their secrets. Devon assured them Hans was a friend. The door opened and 3 more resistance fighters stepped into the hut. "Let's begin," said a slim woman. They sat around a rickety table, all except one man. "I'm not taking a seat at the same table as him," he said in patois, jerking his chin in Hans's direction. He folded muscular arms over his chest. The sleeves of his shirt had been torn off at the shoulders, and he wore a bandana pulled low over one eye, which appeared to be blind. An embarrassed pause followed. Others present seemed to share the man's sentiment. Though they were seated, they looked to Maria, Devon and Charles for an explanation for Hans's presence. But his friends didn't speak. Hans grew uncomfortable in the hot, humid room, the air thick with sweat and unspoken hostility. He realised he was on his own. Maria and the other leaders of the group at the cave would abandon him if necessary in order to remain on good terms with the rest of the resistance. He cleared his throat and rose hesitantly to his feet. Everything would hang on what he said. "I know why you might not trust me," he began, speaking slowly and carefully in patois. The listener's eyes widened. Hans went on, "And I understand, but please believe me when I say I don't want to return to the old days of the Britannic Alliance. For most of my life I worked to make the Alliance a republic and to put an end to the establishment. I hated everything about it. My family were immigrants. I am not like the others. And now I've spent time with my good friends Maria, Devon and Charles, I see a new side to Jamaica I never saw before. I realised my dreams were stupid. I was wrong to want to impose a new system on people I knew nothing about. Now I want to work to undo all the wrong the Alliance did. I want to help return this island to its people, Jamaicans. If you choose not to accept me, I understand. I will leave and never return. But, as Maria will tell you, I used to hold a position of power in the BA government. I know information that could help you, and I'm willing to tell you everything. I owe you all that, and much more. His little speech, given in the locals' language, had somewhat of the desired effect. The glare softened and the tension eased. "Is this true?" the slim woman asked Maria. "He is my sister's former boss, head of CIS. He is the reason we have the military power to carry out our next task," said Devon. "I will vouch for him." The woman took a silent vote, looking from face to face of all those present. None posed an objection. She turned to the man wearing the bandana. He gave a grudging nod. "Let's speak," she said. Chapter 32. "Turn on the extractor!" Taylan exclaimed, as a Marine exited the restroom next to her rack, letting loose a powerful stench from the open door. "Sorry," he replied sarcastically. "Non-operational, Corporal Nose. But what do you care? Don't tell me you can smell anything through that." Whether or not the fan was working was up for debate. The Marine was probably lying, but Taylan couldn't be bothered to take the bait. She had more important things on her mind. She opened her interface. The bosun had said she would be cleared to access the Fearless's net within a few minutes, and he was right. The ship-wide updates were available to her. Quickly she looked up reports on the status of the Valiant. She couldn't expect to find out much about the damage the ship had sustained, but that wasn't what she needed to know. What she was looking for was... The KIA list popped up. The names of men and women killed in the battle with the EAC frigate was depressingly long. She began to scan them, but realised she was being stupid. She opened the search and said, "Emeka Abacha." The search displayed no results. A burden of fear and dread slipped from her heart. He wasn't dead, or at least he wasn't known to be dead. Worry once again creeping over her, she opened the MIA list. Starship crew who didn't answer comms were counted as missing in action until their bodies were recovered and identified. There had been cases of personnel sucked into space while wearing EVA suits, unconscious and their transmitters damaged, who had been recovered alive. It was an old space fleet saying that you weren't dead until you were frozen and dead. Taylan spoke Abacha's name again into the search. The hit turned green in the line of black names. She turned numb. She was holding the interface, but she couldn't feel it. The chatter in the cabin became distant and indistinct. Abacha was missing. Her friend had been hurt, possibly killed. Or he could be dying out in space somewhere, right now, alone and afraid. He'd helped her when she'd been dying, but there wasn't a thing she could do to help him. She dropped the interface onto her rack as if it were red hot and put a hand over her mouth. "Corporal Ellis, come to my office." Wright's order had arrived via her implant. She touched the place behind her ear where the device sat, just under her skull. If only she could turn the damned thing off. She didn't want to talk to Wright. She didn't want to talk to anyone. With hands of lead, she pulled on her boots. Avoiding her bunkmate's legs, which were hanging down from above, she got up and walked out of the cabin. Taylan had been too busy in the aftermath of the battle to see Arthur and Merlin and try to stick a wedge between them, as Wright had asked her. She supposed that was what the Major wanted to talk to her about, but she didn't have anything to tell him. Like every other able-bodied, mentally sound person aboard the Fearless, she'd been assisting with repairs. The flagship would be limping to her rendezvous with the rest of the fleet, but she would make it. Unless the EAC intercepted them again. She didn't know if the same could be said of the Valiant. But she couldn't think about that now. All she could think about was a batcher. When the door to Wright's office opened, the Major's eyes popped. "Haven't you had your face fixed yet?" "Strike that. Sit down, Corporal." She did as he ordered. "Why haven't you had your injury treated yet?" "I haven't had time, and sick bay is overloaded anyway." She sighed. "And they gave me plenty of medication. I'll be okay until they have time to see me." "Right, well, at least you can speak now." "Yeah," she said. "My lips have gone down quite a bit and my mouth stopped bleeding." He frowned as if something puzzled him. "Is there another problem, Ellis?" "No, sir." "Can I ask why you want to see me?" "What happened to your face? I don't think you told me." "It was Arthur. We were sparring. I know it looks bad, but it wasn't his fault. It was Merlin's." "Merlin hit you?" "No, I already told you Arthur did it." "Is this what you wanted to talk about? It isn't important now." "Is that what's bothering you?" "No, sir." Taylan was struggling not to lose control of her emotions. She was sick with worry about a batcher. "I'm sorry, Major, but do you think you could get to the point?" He'd been leaning over his desk, peering at her. After she asked her question, he straightened up and knit his fingers. "All right. If you're sure you don't have anything you want to tell me. When we get to Earth, you're to take part in a special operation. You, me, and a handful of others. I'll brief you properly on the shuttle. I just wanted to give you a heads up and check you were fit for duty. Now I've seen you, I'm glad I did. I'll comm sick bay and see if they can move you up the priority list." "Thanks for letting me know, sir. Am I dismissed?" Wright gave her another puzzled look. "Yes, dismissed." She left him and returned to her cabin. While she'd been gone, the rest of her bunkmates had been called away. The room was empty. Taylan was thankful for the solitude, however brief it might be. She was heart-sore in a way she hadn't been for a while. Lying down, she pulled out her interface again and checked the KIA list. Relieved to see a batcher's name hadn't been added to it, she brought up the MIA list. He remained on it. Her head flopped onto her pillow. She rested the interface on her chest. She recalled her friend's last words to her. "I hope you find your kid, Tay." He'd known or guessed the source of her abiding sorrow, yet he'd also had the sensitivity to know she didn't want to talk about it. He hadn't needed her to explain a word to him about Kayla and Patrin. He'd respected her silence. He'd been a good friend. Her nose stung as tears overflowed her eyes and ran into it as well as down onto her pillow. She lifted the interface once more and opened the screen. The bosun had said he'd transferred all her files from the Valiant. She wanted to see her kids again. It wouldn't make her feel any better, but she needed to see them. She followed the off-trodden digital path that led to her vids. At the end of it, there was nothing. None of her files were there. Alarmed, she tried again, with the same result. The place that should have stored her personal data was empty. She sat up and calmed the bosun. He took half a minute to answer. "You said you transferred all my files. Some are missing." "I transferred all that was there." "Can you check?" "I transferred everything on the Valiant's database that belonged to you, Corporal Ellis." The screen went black. Taylan calmed him again. He had to have made a mistake. The vids had definitely been in her files when she'd left the Valiant. Unless, the bosun answered, looking irate. "I have more important things to deal with than this, Ellis. I already told you, was the Valiant's database damaged in the battle? Nope, it's intact, unlike the rest of the ship. Don't con me again, or I'll report you for wasting my time." Chapter 33. Carla put her interface down on her desk. The news of Commander Novak's death was disappointing. She had liked the commander, who had accompanied her when she'd first set foot on Jamaican soil following her successful invasion. The report said Novak had been investigating intel obtained from a BA captive of a secret arms cache when she'd been caught in an ambush by insurgents. The fighters were popping up all over the country, killing soldiers on guard duty, sneaking into barracks and setting them on fire, and planting homemade bombs. She needed to address the problem, but she needed to address the problem of Morgan first. The woman had wandered off into Carla's castle, saying she didn't need or want a guide to show her around. It was one more instance of her acting as a law unto herself, and Carla felt powerless to stop her. Did Morgan know she'd ordered her death? Carla had feared the woman would want to punish her or get revenge, but she hadn't mentioned the murder attempt. Either the effect that caused the guards to forget their intention to kill her was automatic, or Morgan had a reason for not letting on she knew about Carla's order. There was so much she didn't know, and so much she needed to know. Perhaps the information lay somewhere in her books. Morgan. She'd read the name before in tales about Arthur, the man of the myths Morgan had told her to find. But that Morgan had lived at the same time as Arthur. Was it possible they were the same person? Arthur had somehow survived thousands of years, so the Morgan of the present day could have done the same. Thousands of years, trapped underground, alone in the darkness, with no chance of escape. How had she not gone mad? But Morgan was not human. She didn't have the same needs as human beings. She was an enigma. But others had written about her in the centuries after her and Arthur's time. Carla rose and went to her bookcase. She ran her fingertips across the leather spines. The titles and decorations had worn away, but she knew each book like a mother knows her children by touch alone. When she found the relevant volume, she pulled it carefully from the shelf. Footsteps sounded outside her door, which stood open. Morgan walked in. She appraised the room with her gaze. Delightful, cosy and warm. "What are you doing?" She gave the book in Carla's hand a suspicious look. Carla slid it back onto the shelf. "Have you finished your tour of my home?" "I have." Morgan rested a hand on the door jamb. "I've even picked out a room for myself. I think I'm going to like it here." Was she planning on taking Carla's room as her own? It wouldn't be surprising. Morgan gave a small smile and tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. If you tell me which room you've chosen, I'll ask the servants to light a fire and air it. The castle can get cold and damp, even in summer." "Something is wrong, but you don't want to tell me." Morgan walked up to Carla and took her face in her hands. I know this has all come as a shock to you. Having me around in your day-to-day life must seem strange. I bet you often wondered if I were only an illusion, and here I am, as real and solid as you are. Don't worry, you'll get used to me, and I have so much to teach you, so much you can learn about all the secrets I've told you over the years. Do you want to learn about those things? Yes, Carla replied fervently. Yes, I do. Well then, things aren't so bad, are they? A little surprise, an unexpected guest, a new mistress. You'll get used to your new situation. Oh, and I nearly forgot. I found a small surprise of my own. She returned to the door and leaned out. Carla heard her whisper, "You can come in now." Perrin walked in. Carla froze. "You didn't tell me you had a son," said Morgan. "And what a sweet little boy he is. He reminds me of my own dear Mordred. He grew to be a wonderful young man, and I'm sure your child will too." She ruffled Perrin's hair, and he looked up at her adoringly. What had Morgan done to him? The only person Perrin had any love for was her. He held everyone except his mother in contempt, as a boy of his station should. Had Morgan affected his mind as she had the guards? Carla clenched her jaw, stifling a sob. She held herself rigid, resisting the urge to run to her son and snatch him away from the bitch. "Ah, Mordred," said Morgan softly. "I miss him so much." She turned her gaze from Perrin to Carla, and her expression turned steely. "Mordred died on the field of battle at Arthur's hand. It broke me. I never got over it. To lose your child is a terrible, terrible thing no parent should ever have to face." Her hand no longer ruffled Perrin's hair. She let it sit on his head. "Pray nothing like that happens to you, Carla. For example, if you were to make an attempt on the life of a powerful person, someone even more powerful than yourself, you might find that, instead of coming after you, they choose to hurt the person you love. If that happened, do you think you would ever be able to forgive yourself?" "Ouch!" Perrin cried out. "You're pressing too hard." "Am I?" Morgan said, casually removing her hand. "I'm sorry. That was clumsy of me." She and Carla locked gazes. No more needed to be said about Morgan's threat, but Carla wondered about the wider implications. Was Morgan vulnerable after all? Could she hurt her, though her guards could not? Morgan had insinuated that Carla's offspring would inherit her immunity from harm, though up until that moment she hadn't known about Perrin. But she'd clearly implied she could hurt him, and Carla knew from her experience in the mine that Morgan could injure her. Some similarity existed between the three of them, and Carla had to find out what it was. She would play Morgan's game and be the eager learner. Along the way, she would learn useful skills and knowledge, and eventually she would learn how to rid herself of this insufferable usurper. Chapter 34. The Brez's shuttle bay was locked down. Cocoa and Hale would not be escaping that way, even if one of them could pilot a shuttle, which Larkin doubted. The cargo bay, where the massive ships carrying building materials from Earth arrived, had also been closed. It wouldn't have been hard for the two women to sneak or bribe their way aboard an empty vessel returning to the home planet. He'd never bothered to put security measures in place to prevent people from leaving in that way, never imagined a scenario where anyone would want to. Up until then, everyone on the Brez and her sister ships was there of their own free will, and if they wanted to leave, they could do so on the next scheduled shuttle trip. Up until then. Larkin had retrieved his juggling balls from the floor of the control room and retreated to his suite. A thorough search of the ship was going on. Cocoa and Hale would be found, and what then? Lock them both in a cabin? Multiply his complement of prisoners to 2? The situation was getting out of hand. He began to toss the balls from hand to hand and build up the steady rhythm that helped him think. Returning Hale to Earth at this point was out of the question. He had feared the negative publicity she could create after their encounter in Suriname, but that would be nothing compared to the tales she could spin about her kidnapping. What was he to do? Damn Cocoa! She'd made everything more complicated. The 2 men who had been guarding Hale reported a depressurization alarm had sounded, and they'd run to reach the next section before the automatic seal closed. They'd abandoned their prisoner to her fate, which turned out to be Cocoa letting her out of her room. Morons! He was surrounded by them. All his life he'd been battling fools sent to plague him. What was he to do? It would be days until Xiao had the cryo-chambers ready, and even if they were working tomorrow, could he put the 2 women on ice now? Hale and Cocoa were different animals when it came to the reactions of his employees. Hale was a stranger, but Cocoa had been working with him for years, since the inception of the project. She was a well-known face, and though he didn't concern himself with the interpersonal relationships of his staff, he had the impression she was well liked. Damn it! The juggling balls fell from his hands. He couldn't concentrate. He sat down and pulled out a pen and paper from the shelf in his coffee table. Dear Grace, if only you were here with me now. I'm in sore need of your advice. I have done something. What? How should he describe his actions? Regrettable? He certainly did regret how things had turned out. Ill-advised? The only advice he'd taken was his own. Reckless? For a short while he struggled with what to write. Then he put down his pen, picked up the paper, scrunched it into a ball and threw it across the room. Writing to Grace was providing him no solace. Larkin left his suite. 10 meters away stood a closed door, the entrance to a luxury suite similar to, though not quite as good as, his own. After another 10 meters, he encountered another entrance to a suite, and then the junction at the end of the passageway. Usually he would turn right here and walk another 100 meters or so to the control room. He turned left. This way led to a maglev station. The transportation system had recently come online, but Larkin hadn't used it yet. The engineering team were completing a month's test run of the same timetable that would apply after the Brez embarked on her voyage, ferrying passengers between service and entertainment areas. The sign stated a train would be arriving in 90 seconds. Exactly on time, the carriage slid into the station with barely a whisper. The doors opened and Larkin stepped aboard. Inside, the metal, plastic and paint exuded a smell of newness. All was spotless, pristine and perfect. And it should stay that way indefinitely. In another sector of the Brez, nanobot specialists were working on sanitation and repair devices. Minuscule sanobots would remove dust, sweat, oil, and anything else that could conceivably be deposited on the surfaces. Repair bots would identify and mend or replace degrading materials before a human would notice a change in appearance. He had thought of and accounted for everything. Everything. Everything except human nature. The carriage had built up speed without his noticing. Outside, lights in the tunnel walls were flashing past. He was nearing one of the agricultural zones, where crops from all over Earth would grow, maintaining a living gene supply as a backup to stored seeds, tubers and rhizomes. When the colony ship arrived at a potential new home, the zones would serve a second function, breeding and growing genetically engineered varieties that would thrive in the new planet's conditions. Larkin grimaced, remembering Hale's lecture about soil ecosystems. Had she been right? He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Of course she had. If anyone on Earth knew about soil microorganisms, it was Iolani Hale. The lights in the tunnel were slowing down. The braking was so smoothly graduated he barely felt it. The carriage stopped and the doors opened. Without knowing where he was going or why, Larkin stepped out onto the empty platform. The carriage whisked away and he was alone. He walked through to the wide metal-floored passageway and picked a direction at random. Many sectors were unsigned as yet. He passed 3 doors before deciding to enter the next one he happened upon. It opened to reveal an expanse of soil. The lights on the ceiling above were for the benefit of the workers only. They were not the blazing floodlights that would mimic sunlight. He crossed the metal shelf to the edge of the field, squatted down and picked up a handful of earth. Had it been seeded with microorganisms? He had no idea. A horrible fear grew in his stomach and a vision played in his mind. He was on the colony planet. The colonists had disembarked years ago. They had tried to settle the new world, but they had failed. Supplies had run out, their crops would not grow, the local flora and fauna were poisonous to humans, and the Brez had used up all her fuel. People were dying. They were slowly starving to death, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. He'd vetted each of them, accepted huge sums of money or years of service in return for a place on his ship, and he'd failed them. Their futures, their lives would be lost, and it would all be down to him. In his dreams of the future, he'd never imagined such an outcome. "Uatalman!" It was Stedman calming him. "Yes, what is it?" "We found them, Hale and Cocoa. They were hiding in Cargo Bay 3. They're being brought to the control center, unless you would like them to be taken somewhere else." "No, the control center is fine. I'm on my way." Chapter 35. Hans's palms were so slippery with sweat he could barely maintain a grip on the heavy pulse rifle. He guessed it was an old model, perhaps one of the first to be developed. The power pack was large and stuck out, so his arm sat uncomfortably over the stock. His mouth was bone dry and his heart raced. Sweat coated his face, stinging his eyes. "Don't worry," Devon said softly in the darkness. "We're going in fast. It'll be over before you know it. And the EAC are easy to identify by their uniforms. You're not in danger of killing anyone from the resistance." The last possibility compounded Hans's fears. He had feared he was about to die, but until then it hadn't occurred to him he might accidentally kill someone he shouldn't. He would be surprised if he killed anyone at all, but if he did, it had better not be a resistance fighter. His position was insecure as it was. He couldn't afford to be anything other than squeaky clean. Hennessy and Montague's military coup had wrecked the government building the BA had used to house the temporary parliament, so the EAC had taken over a different place from which to conduct their operations. It used to be the home of a wealthy local family, but they'd donated it to the nation decades ago. From the point of view of the resistance, it was a fortunate choice. The large stately home was surrounded by grounds, even though it sat in the heart of the capital. Guards patrolled the perimeter, but the locals who had grown up in the area knew of a secret way in, through a sluice gate in the foundations of the wall. The gate allowed excess rain to drain from the grounds into a waterway, preventing flooding during tropical rainstorms. It hadn't rained for weeks. The waterway and drainage channel were dry, and the old gate's bars had been easily sawn through in between guard patrols. Hans waited with Devon, Charles, and the man with the bandana, who Hans had learned was named Bunny. He didn't think he'd ever seen anyone who looked less like a fluffy rabbit. The 4 men crouched next to the wall of a large fountain. The pump had been turned off and the water was stagnant and stinking. They were waiting for the signal. Bunny leaned into Hans. "What's the matter? Feeling scared?" Hans couldn't deny it. If he could smell his own fear, so could the others. "I bet this wasn't what you were thinking of when you said you wanted to help us, right? So smart, so fine, speaking patois like a born Jamaican." "Shut up, Bunny," whispered Devon. He took no notice. "Why are you really here, Mr. Hans Jonter, head of SIS?" The final S hissed between his teeth. "Is it Maria? You fancy some of that sweet ooh?" Hans had driven the stock of his rifle into Bunny's side. "Hey," Charles whispered fiercely, "cut it out, or you'll get us all killed." "Yeah, shut your face," said Devon. "You had that coming, Bunny. Don't disrespect Maria." Bunny's healthy eye narrowed, and he edged away from Hans. In the quiet of the night, his mutterings were barely audible. "Return the island to its people. Jamaica for Jamaicans." Bunny spat into the dust. When Hans had offered his services to the resistance, he thought he'd made it clear he anticipated working in an advisory capacity. If not in terms of the group's strategy, then as a source of valuable intelligence. He hadn't anticipated being required to take part in attacks, yet here he was. Were they testing him to prove his loyalty? Or was it a cultural thing, that they expected every able-bodied adult to lend a hand? It could be either or both. It didn't matter. When it came down to it, they'd assumed he would fight alongside them, and he couldn't refuse without losing all credibility. Boom! The sound wave hit Hans's eardrums like a sledgehammer. Simultaneously the ground shuddered and the sky winked to daylight and then back to darkness. Stone fragments rained down in a crackling hail. It was the signal. More by reflexively copying the others than under his own willpower, Hans leapt from his hiding place and sped toward the building. Half of the west wing had crumbled away. Flames spurted from the wreckage. In a tiny corner of Hans's mind, a part not taken over by utter panic, he rued the destruction of the beautiful ancient building. It was irreplaceable, and who knew how many precious antiques it had housed? The 3 other men were ahead of him. He tried to run faster, not due to eagerness to fight, but out of fear of being left behind and forced to face the EAC defence alone. Pulse fire was already blazing from the windows and doors of the house. Hans saw more resistance fighters running in from left and right. Some were hit by the pulses and fell, their bodies smouldering. A light passed over his head, briefly blinding him. He'd nearly been hit. What was it the soldiers in the Sims did? He began zigzagging, trying to move erratically so the enemy couldn't get a fix on him. But now he was falling behind. His 3 fellow fighters were nearly at the mansion's main doors. They were firing as they ran, and the EAC soldiers were ducking into and out of sight to return fire. Fire his pulse rifle! That's what he should do. He lifted the heavy weapon and tried to aim it, but it was hopeless. The muzzle jerked up and down and swung from side to side. He was more likely to hit a Jamaican than an EAC soldier, and if he ran to the side to clear his view, he risked being left even farther behind. One of the 3 men ahead of him suddenly fell flat on his back. As Hans passed him, he looked down and caught a glimpse of Charles, still alive and grimacing, the side of his torso a burnt, bloody mess. Hans ran on. He had only another 30 metres of ground to cover before he reached the house. And then what? Would he be shot dead at the door? Resistance fighters were swarming the house, climbing in the windows, but the EAC were still holding the main doors. Regular pulse bolts flew from the entrance. Then Bunny fired at exactly the right time, and one of the soldiers toppled from the side of the doorway and hit the floor face downward. The scent of smoke and burning wood hit Hans's nostrils, and something else, a horrible stench of barbecued human flesh. Almost before he knew it, he was at the feet of the stairs that rose to the entrance. Devon and Bunny were bounding up them. A flash, a gargling scream. Bunny came sliding down the stone steps on his back. His head hit Hans's boot. He'd been shot in the neck. Paralysed, Hans stared at the dying man. Bunny's good eye roved wildly. He choked up blood. Then he was still. Hans looked up. Devon was gone. A pulse bolt flew past his shoulder. It had come from behind him. Hans turned. EAC soldiers were running at him out of the shadowy grounds. The guards from the perimeter were responding to the attack. Reinforcements would no doubt be on their way too. Now the danger was from the rear. Hans ascended the steps 2 at a time and ran through the open double doorway. Inside was carnage. EAC and resistance fighters lay in the lobby, dead or injured and groaning in agony. On the stairs, hand-to-hand fighting was going on. The beautiful ancient walls were scorched and pitted. Blood congealed on the marble floor. Hans swung about, uncertain what to do or where to go. Devon was nowhere to be seen. He supposed he should try to mount the stairs, or maybe search for EAC soldiers on the ground floor. If he came upon one, would he be able to kill him? He'd never killed anyone. He would have to try if he wanted to live. He jogged toward an opening beneath one set of stairs, but as he neared a fallen resistance fighter, a feeling of familiarity slowed his steps. Maria! He dropped to his knees. She was hurt. A pulse round had hit her hip and blood was running from the wound, a tiny fountain gushing up at each heartbeat. He clamped his hands on it, pressing down hard. Her head turned toward him. "You're going to be okay," said Hans. He cast about for a medic. Did the resistance even have them? "Mr. Jonta, you're so kind. Would you like a coffee?" "Don't joke, Maria. Maria, don't." A vice had fastened around his throat. He couldn't breathe. Where were the medics? It felt like someone had rammed a knife hilt deep into his heart. The pain was unbearable. He'd thought Maria hadn't meant anything to him. He'd thought she was only another tool to be used to achieve his aims. But as her life leaked away beneath his hands, he understood she was more to him, so very much more, and he hadn't realised it until it was too late. She smiled her lazy smile. "It's okay, Hans. Don't cry for me. I'm going to see Josie again." No! But he'd never been in control of what Maria did, even when he'd been her boss. She breathed heavily, and then her smile froze and her eyes became fixed. No! He kept his hands on her, unable to move. EAC soldiers burst into the lobby. Fear sparking him to life, Hans did the only thing he could think of. He slid down next to Maria. He was already covered in her blood. Perhaps the soldiers would think he was dead. In the fight for the building, he might be able to slink away without being noticed. One thing he knew for sure: if he drew attention to himself, he was dead. Maria was still warm as he pressed against her. God, he missed her already. His ploy seemed to be working. The soldiers were ignoring him as they pounded past, heading into the building. They were running up the stairs too, dispatching resistance fighters on the way. Hans suppressed a shudder as a man hit the floor near his head. Pulse fire hissed, boots stamped overhead, shouts rang out. Hans waited until he could hear no movement or voices nearby, and then cautiously lifted his head a fraction, just enough to get a view of the lobby. It was empty of living, uninjured soldiers, though in the darkness visible through the doorway, helmet lights moved and occasional pulses flashed. He began to inch his way toward the exit, remaining in a prone position so he could freeze and try to look dead if anyone came in. The EAC seemed to be winning. The resistance fighters had begun to take control of the headquarters, but enemy reinforcements had arrived and swung the tide of battle in the opposite direction. The attempt to take the building had failed. Now he had to get out of here alive and find out who else had survived. It was a big blow to the struggle to retake Jamaica, but he wouldn't give up. He would continue to work with the remaining resistance to help them regroup and continue to fight. Though he doubted he would ever get over Maria's death, he would never give up on his vision. A deep rumble like thunder came from outside. Hans heard a shout from the garden. "Get in the house! That's a BA corvette!" Chapter 36. Ellis's face looked better, but her mood didn't seem to have improved. Wright couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Before the battle with the EAC ships, she'd been her usual disrespectful self. Then, when he'd seen her to tell her about the spec op, she'd transformed into this quiet, deferential Marine, remembering to say sir and not speaking out of turn. Something serious must have happened. The pilot commanded the dropship cabin. "Prepare for liftoff." Wright fastened his harness and snapped his helmet seals shut. The spec op team did the same, all except Arthur and Merlin. He calmed them 1 to 2, explaining what they had to do. The two of them looked distinctly odd in marine EVA suits. Did Merlin even need one? The point of wearing them was in case they were attacked and the cabin depressurized. The alien put one on anyway. Who was he to argue with a shape-shifting extraterrestrial? The ship's thrusters fired. She rose from the launch pad and flew out from the Fearless's bay into space. Wright estimated they had an hour before they reached their destination. Plenty of time to brief the team. He switched his comm to wide broadcast, only excluding the pilot. The fewer people who knew about the operation, the better. He went through the usual preliminaries and then said, "The aim of this mission is to assassinate Dwyer Carla Orr." He paused to allow the fact to sink in. Arthur and Merlin gave no reaction because they already knew why they were there. 3 of the Marines' eyebrows rose behind their visors. The features of the 4th, Ellis, remained downcast. He'd definitely expected that little tidbit to perk her up. "Awesome," said Wilson, a burly Marine Wright had included due to his close combat prowess. He wasn't as good as Ellis, but he was good. "We get to take out the bitch queen herself," Wilson went on. The corner of Merlin's mouth rose in a half-smile. "Quieten down and listen," said Wright. "I have a lot to tell you. and you're going to have to remember it all without anything written down." Ellis wasn't even looking at him. She seemed lost in her thoughts. Whatever her problem was, he needed her to get over it. "Ellis!" She still didn't look at him. "Ellis!" he barked. "Pay attention!" "What's the matter, Corporal?" Wilson teased. "Missing your vids?" Her head snapped up. Her hands flew to her harness clasps and tore them open. In another second she was on Wilson and ripping off his helmet. She managed to get in 2 punches before Wright reached her and hauled her off the shocked Marine. But he couldn't hold her. She broke free from his grasp and launched herself at Wilson again. The first 2 punches had left him dazed. The third knocked him out cold. He hadn't had the chance to raise a hand to defend himself. Thankfully, the 2 other Marines in the cabin had the good sense to come to Wright's aid without being asked. Together, the 3 of them succeeded in restraining Ellis as she raged. Her helmet comm was off, so no one could hear what she was yelling behind her visor. What had Wilson said? Something about vids? Whatever it meant, it had something to do with the corporal's mood. Until Wilson woke up or Ellis calmed down, Wright had no way of knowing. He calmed her 1-to-1. "Corporal!" he shouted. "Simmer down!" With the help of the other 2 Marines, he hauled the struggling woman back to her seat, forced her into it, and fastened her harness. "You get up again and you're going straight out the airlock," he warned. "You understand me? You're a danger to everyone on the ship right now. Calm the hell down. That's an order." Something of what he'd said must have got through, because she stayed in her seat, though the look she was giving Wilson implied he would be the one going out the airlock the next opportunity she had. The burly Marine was beginning to come around. He moved his lips and blood ran from between them. His right eye was beginning to swell. Great. Wright was on probably the most important mission in the history of the war between the BA and the EAC, and he had a Marine who hated another's guts, had already injured him, and planned on finishing the job. Just great. "Everyone take 5, he said. Wilson removed his glove and stuck a finger in his mouth to probe his gums. Then he opened and closed his mouth a few times experimentally. He didn't seem badly hurt. When he'd completed his self-assessment, he picked his helmet up from where Ellis had thrown it and replaced it on his head. All the while, he didn't meet the gaze of the corporal glaring at him. Even though her face was partially obscured by the tint of her visor, she looked angrier than Wright had ever seen her, and he'd seen her angry plenty of times. Over some vids? He opened a 1-to-1 comm again. "Ellis, I don't know what your beef with Wilson is, and I don't want to know. We have a mission ahead of us that's vital to the future of the Alliance. If we're successful, it could mean the end of the war. You're going to keep a lid on your emotions until we're done. You understand?" She didn't reply. "Ellis, answer me, or God damn it, I'll—" "Understood, sir." As he'd been speaking, she hadn't taken her gaze off Wilson for a second. Wright checked on Arthur and Merlin. The ancient king appeared confused and alarmed, while the alien was smiling scornfully. He switched his comm to include all the cabin passengers. "We'll be landing in Ireland in about 45 minutes. From the drop site." "Ireland?" Ellis blurted. "Yes, Ireland," he patiently replied. "But you said we were going to assassinate the Dwyer," Ellis interrupted again. "She's in Jamaica." Wright sighed and prayed to a deity for help. "According to our intel, the Dwyer returned to the BI several weeks ago. She's taken up residence in a castle in West BI. "West BI? Corporal Ellis, set your comm to receive only. That way no one except you has to hear your inane remarks." His words had been transforming. The woman had lost interest in Wilson and was now sitting up straight and looking eager. Wright silently thanked the deity who had come to his rescue. One of the main reasons he'd wanted Ellis to come along was her knowledge of the local terrain. That and her skill at all combat. The 3 other Marines were also the pick of those available. Arthur and Merlin were there because the entire mission was Merlin's idea. He'd claimed the BA could be successful in the attempt, but only if it acted quickly and with his and Arthur's help. Merlin had also explicitly asked for Ellis too, though he'd offered no explanation as to why she was important. Wright began to explain the mission details. Chapter 37. Taylan stowed her Eva suit and returned to her seat. Once they landed, they would only have time to grab their packs and weapons before leaving the ship. Though Ireland wasn't enemy territory yet, they needed to keep their arrival secret if possible. EAC agents were already operating there, passing intel across the Irish Sea as Carla prepared her attack. The ship swayed and juddered, buffeted by turbulence. The burly Marine, Wilson, hadn't met her gaze the entire ride from the Fearless. His eye had puffed up satisfyingly, and a purple bruise had bloomed on his jaw, but she wasn't done yet. The minute he'd stepped into the dropship, she'd recognised him as the guy who'd stormed out of the training session after she'd put him on the mat. She'd thought that was the total of their history. He was an immature jerk, but she could still have worked with him for the mission's duration. That was before his remark about the vids. He'd taken them, or probably deleted them. When he'd done it, she didn't know. She hadn't felt the need to watch them for weeks. But at some point before he'd transferred from the Valiant to the Fearless, he'd bribed or coerced a data tech to find her personal files and mess with them as revenge. The man-child couldn't get over being beaten, especially not in front of an audience. Aside from Kayla's necklace, the recordings were all she had left of her children. Just the notion that they were most likely gone forever cut into her so deeply she could hardly breathe when she thought about it. The loss of the vids, coupled with a batcher being missing, were more than she could bear. When Wilson had made his remark, all she'd been able to think about was making him pay for what he'd done. Then Wright had stated they were going to Ireland. Ireland! Her kids had probably been taken there on one of the boats ferrying refugees from Westby Eye, though she'd searched the camps for months and not been able to find them. Then the Major had said they would progress to her homeland to assassinate Dwyer. Her heart swelled at the thought of seeing the beautiful mountains and valleys again. The dropship was descending fast, too fast for Taylan's stomach. She closed her eyes and waited for the descent to end. The cabin jumped as the ship hit solid ground. Instantly the hatch opened and fresh, cool air swept in. "Move out," ordered Wright. Taylan undid her harness, grabbed her pack and rifle and ran from the ship, down the ramp and into long grass. The dropship shone no external lights, the pilot navigating on night vision. As soon as the hatch closed, they were in darkness. "This way," said the Major. He'd explained they wouldn't be wearing armour for the mission. They had to blend in with the locals, so the only military gear they would bring was their pulse rifles. Everything else they carried was civilian. Consequently, they were operating without the benefit of helmet lights, HUDs or any other helpful devices. Wright was already disappearing into the gloom. It was a starless, damp night. Taylan followed him across the rough, open ground. A minute later, she heard the dropship's thrusters fire. Their noise grew quieter until it disappeared, and the only sounds were the wind in the grass and the footfalls and breathing of her companions. Wright had said they would hike cross-country to a safe house near a port town. In the morning they would cross to West Bi. The Dwyer was now living in a castle on the coast, near the forces she was gathering for the push into Ireland. Taylan knew the port town well. It was where her children were supposed to have gone. She had searched every inch of the place and the camps of thousands surrounding it. "Taylan," said a deep voice close to her ear. Arthur had caught up to her. "I'm glad you're with us. Can I ask why you were so angry with a man called Wilson?" "It's a long story and too hard to explain. Sorry. It's important to put aside our differences so we can fight well." "I know that, but... shit." Arthur had a real talent for making people feel guilty, or, Taylan reluctantly admitted, bringing out the best in them. She couldn't lie to him. "I'm not even sure I'll be taking part in the assassination attempt." He didn't reply immediately. His heavy footsteps crunched next to hers for several paces. "Why, Taylan?" "I just feel like this battle with the EAC isn't my problem. I enlisted with the BA to try to help in the fight, but I'm just one person, and I don't think I'm really needed anymore. The Alliance has you and Merlin now. My part is over, and I should concentrate on what's important to me." Again the ancient monarch didn't answer straight away. When he did speak, all he said was, "You must do whatever you feel is right and just." He slowed his pace and dropped back in the line. They arrived at the safe house about 3 in the morning. It had begun raining halfway through their hike. By the time they reached their destination, streams were running down the streets that sloped toward the harbour, and the downpour was creating a cacophony on the pavement. After climbing several fences, they huddled outside the back door of the property. Wright rapped on the door with one knuckle. It opened, and they slipped inside. "Through here," said their host. The woman was young and slight, with shoulder-length brown hair that hung forward, obscuring her face. She opened a door, revealing steps leading downward. At the bottom was a bare cellar of old brick walls, lit by a single bulb. "The boat to West Bi leaves in 2.5 hours at first light," said Wright, as everyone was easing packs from tired shoulders and dumping them on the cold concrete floor. "Make the most of the time and get some sleep. We'll eat in 2 hours, then we won't be resting again until the job's done." Taylan took off her rain-soaked jacket and spread it out to dry. She unrolled the thin mat in her pack, leaned the pack against the wall and lay down. Putting her arm under her head for a pillow and drawing up her knees, she closed her eyes. She listened. Rustling, whispered words, people stepping quietly past. The noises faded away. The light went out. The breathing of her companions grew slower, deeper, and more regular. Taylan opened her eyes. Arthur's words had been playing on her mind. "You must do whatever you feel is right and just." She'd been planning on doing something debilitating to Wilson, something to remember her by. But even if she was fast, unless she actually killed him, he would be bound to wake the others up. Then she wouldn't be able to carry out the next part of her plan. And Arthur's words nagged at her. Would hurting Wilson be just? Would it be right? The Marine was an asshole, but he probably hadn't known how much her vids meant to her. He might have thought he was only inconveniencing her. She didn't know for sure he understood the impact of what he'd done. And even if he did, was her desire to hurt him justice, or the need to take out her anger on someone? Nothing she could do would bring those vids back. If she did get her revenge, wouldn't she be stooping to his level? Everyone seemed to be sleeping. Taylan slowly sat up. Light shone through the gap under the closed door at the top of the stairs. She was surrounded by the humped forms of her companions and Arthur's somewhat larger hump. Which one was Wright? She couldn't tell. She felt bad about leaving without saying goodbye to him. Despite having a stick up his ass half the time, he was a good guy. She would miss him. Ah well, it couldn't be helped. She turned onto all fours and reached for her jacket. As she did so, she caught sight of Merlin sitting in the corner, his back against the wall. The light from the gap under the door lit up the whites of his eyes and faintly illuminated his face. Taylan froze. Aliens didn't sleep, of course. Would he give her away? Her fingertips contacted the neck of her jacket. She grasped it and slowly dragged it toward her. In a silent conference she didn't understand, she and Merlin held eye contact as she pulled the jacket over her shoulders. The alien smiled his small, close-lipped smile that didn't reach his eyes. Taylan rose halfway to her feet, turned away from Merlin and tiptoed to the staircase, stepping over her prone comrades. She climbed the steps quietly, eased the door open and stepped out. Chapter 38. Hale and Kekoa stood in the centre of Brez's control room. Larkin had expected them to be cowed, afraid of what he might do to them, but their expressions were defiant. For some reason, the room was empty, apart from the two women, Stedman and Jura. Putting aside his confusion about why only 4 people were there, he decided to get straight to the point. On his journey over, he'd come up with a solution to his problem. He'd berated himself for not thinking of it earlier. Right, now your foolish little escapade is over, I have a proposal to make both of you. Step into my office, please. He began to walk toward the small room adjoining the control centre that he used for private conversations and work that required deep concentration. No, said Hale. He halted. What? We're not going in there, said Kekoa, clasping her hands behind her back and tilting her chin up. Anything you have to say to us, said Hale, you can say in front of Jura and Stedman. We want witnesses, Kekoa added. What a pair of upstarts. So that's how it is it? That's exactly how it is, said Hale. The difficulty they were creating was easily mended. Stedman, Jura, please leave. Jura made a circle with his fist and gave a small cough into it. Stedman looked embarrassed before saying, We would rather remain here, sir. Jura jabbed him with his elbow. Stedman said more confidently, We're staying here. Larkin paused, momentarily flummoxed. He'd encountered workers who had grown too big for their boots several times over the years. At every encounter, he'd sacked the person concerned immediately. He wasn't about to allow an employee to dictate to him, but he'd never been confronted by 4 of them at once. Technically, Hale wasn't his employee, but he'd wanted to make her one of his team. She stepped forward. I can see that perhaps for the first time in your entire life you're at a loss for words, Talman. Perhaps it will help if I take over from here. No, it would not, Larkin spat. You and Kekoa might have managed to get a few of my staff temporarily on your side, but I am the owner of this enterprise. I call the shots around here, not some jumped-up researcher. Hale shrugged. Go ahead and say whatever it is you want to say. Thank you so much for your permission. Fine. If Jura and Stedman are to hear this too, the same applies to them. Remember that, gentlemen." He took a breath and composed himself. "I will admit I acted recklessly when I took you from your home in Suriname, Irlani. I apologize for—" "Recklessly?" Hale scoffed. "More like outrageously and completely illegally." Larkin continued, raising his voice. "As I said, I apologize for my hasty action. It was a mistake, and I regret it." He didn't bother to say sorry for attempting to put her in cryo or imprisoning her. If she wasn't going to be gracious in accepting his apology, he saw no point. "Obviously, my behaviour has put me in a difficult position. I cannot allow you to jeopardize the future of the project, Hale, which you would assuredly do if I were to allow you to return to Earth. As to you, Kakoa, I have no doubt you would also blab to a VidNews channel the minute you stepped off the shuttle. Therefore, I would like to propose a large cash settlement in exchange for your silence. I can have a lawyer create contracts today, and you must sign them before you leave. If either of you breaches your contract, I will personally see to it that you're bankrupted by lawsuits and the rest of your days are spent living in misery. I don't think I need to convince you I have the money and influence to do it." Hale turned to Kakoa and raised her eyebrows. "Have you finished?" she asked him. "I think I've covered the gist, yes." "Good. Speaking on behalf of your 3 employees present in this room and myself, the answer is no. We do not accept your proposal." "A stupid reply, but none the less expected. All I have to say in that case is, I'll see you all in court. Or rather, my lawyers will." He turned on his heel, about to march out and leave the nincompoops to their Pyrrhic victory. "Larkin, please stay," said Kakoa. There was a note in her voice, a gentleness, that made him pause. He hadn't heard that soft female tone in a very long time. He stood a moment, his back facing them, before he mastered himself and turned around. "Do you have something to add to your refusal?" We have a proposal of our own," said Hale. "Would you like to hear it?" "Fire away." "First of all, what happened with my dogs? Did you leave them to starve?" "Certainly not. They are being well cared for." "Good. That was a wise decision. A lot hinged on your reply." "Pfft." He gave a slight shake of his head. The woman's arrogance was unbelievable. Hale put an arm around Kakoa's shoulders. "Since this good woman broke me out of my prison, I've had a chance to talk with her about exactly what you're doing here. I mean, aside from all the Lord and Master stuff, the plans for the colony ships, especially the habitats. I have to say, what I heard deeply concerned me." "Really?" said Larkin flatly. "Really," Hale replied in earnest. "I mean, I can see what you're attempting, and I'm sure it looks good on an interface screen, but honestly, I think if you carry on as things are, you're heading for trouble. Maybe not in the few years after you leave, maybe not even for decades, but eventually you could end up engineering a catastrophe the likes of which has never been seen in the history of humanity. Kakoa has done as good a job as anyone could expect in the circumstances, and I'm sure the rest of your staff is just as smart and hard-working. But what you're attempting is nigh on impossible, and no one, least of all you, seems to understand that." "I see," he replied. "Thank you for your pearls of wisdom." Despite the acid sarcasm of his words, a sliver of self-doubt was beginning to pierce his confidence. He'd imagined exactly the scenario Hale described only a short while ago in the agricultural zone. What if she was right? He'd come so far, worked so hard, spent so much money and made so many promises. The Antarctic project had taken on an impetus of its own. He didn't see how it would be possible to stop it now, or even alter course to a less ambitious aim. Hale stepped closer to him. How long do you have before your planned departure date? The project is on track to complete in about 3 years. Once all the ships are finished and provisioned, it's up to me when we actually start out, but I imagine it would be soon after. The scientist said, I don't like you, Talman. I didn't like you before I met you, and I certainly don't now. That isn't going to change. However, you have some good people working for you. They, at least, know the difference between right and wrong. Even more importantly, millions are putting their lives in your hands. I take those lives seriously. I feel a duty, a moral obligation to try to save them if I can. Your threats don't mean anything to me. Do you honestly think I care about money, or that you could tarnish my reputation with lies? Horseshit. You can't hurt me. But I know how desperate people are to leave the planet you've helped to destroy. I could go home and talk to the media, tell them everything you did to me, and people wouldn't care. You're offering them a dream, an escape. You could kidnap, rape and murder 100 famous scientists, and they would still be lining up for a place on one of your ships. She sighed. So, though I hate to say it, my proposal is that I act as advisor to the project. But I want to be clear. I don't mean advisor as in I give you advice and you choose whether or not to take it. I mean when it comes to plans for supporting human life on other planets. You do exactly what I say. Larkin snorted derisively. Hale was a piss-poor negotiator. She'd just told him she had no power over him. On the other hand, the other things she'd said had made an impression. He didn't like the part about having to do whatever she said, but he did want the benefit of her knowledge. He'd never been in any doubt that the project needed the best of the best, if it were to succeed. He held out his hand. "Oh no," said Hale, putting her own behind her back. "I want everything in writing, signed and sealed, so you can't go back on your word." "Are you saying you don't trust me?" he asked. She rolled her eyes. Chapter 39. You may have already noticed you have an ability to influence the thoughts and feelings of others, said Morgan. I remember you telling me I could once, Carla replied, on one of my visits when I was younger. I have tried since then, with some success, I think. It's hard to tell. You can only tell by the actions of the person you're trying to influence. If they behave as you want them to, for instance, some minds are easier to control than others. They were sitting in Carla's study, which overlooked the river that nearly encircled the castle. The river led down to the sea and the harbour, where her naval ships were preparing to launch an attack on Ireland. She was busy. Her attention had returned to her armed forces. Not only had the situation in Jamaica worsened, she'd lost one of her starships in a battle with the BA. She'd realised she couldn't afford to be neglectful. Her military needed her input and guidance. But she also thirsted to learn whatever Morgan was willing to teach her. What makes a mind easy to control? She asked. A good question, replied Morgan. It isn't what you might think. Intelligent people can be just as easy to control as stupid ones. Susceptibility is more to do with thinking habits. Are they the type of person who is curious and open to new ideas? This makes them vulnerable to external influence. They're less likely to notice they're thinking something out of the ordinary or that doesn't fit with the situation, while people who are used to trains of thought that always head in the same direction become alarmed if they think something new and different. So I suppose it's hard to tell when you meet someone how easy it is to bend their will to yours. Exactly. Morgan reached out to touch Carla's hair. Carla became still, loathing the contact, but not wanting to offend the powerful creature. She had told Perrin to stay away from their visitor. Whether he would obey her or not was another question. Could Morgan read her mind? You're a quick learner. I've hardly learned anything yet. Oh, but you have. You've taken the things I told you and built this. Morgan swept her arm wide, taking in the room and the view from the window, including the protruding castle towers. An empire. Thank you. It's an empire I want to expand soon, and I was hoping for your help. Naturally, that's why I'm here. Is that so? The previous night, when Morgan had gone to her chamber and the castle was quiet, Carla had taken down from her shelves all the books that she could recall mentioned the woman called Morgan. She'd read everything she could find on her. The stories had told of a person with mystical powers who had bewitched Arthur, her half-brother, and borne his child. That was the man, Mordred, Morgan had mentioned yesterday. So Arthur had killed his own son in battle. Then something must have happened that resulted in her being imprisoned for thousands of years. Carla didn't know for sure who was responsible, but she had an idea. Morgan had said her son's death broke her. If anyone hurt a hair on Perrin's head, Carla would have them flayed and disemboweled alive. She couldn't imagine the pain Morgan must have felt. But the information made her suspicious. Morgan had insisted over and over again how important it was that Carla found Arthur. Was her visitor really here only to get her revenge? "Do you remember this place?" Carla asked. "This castle?" Morgan stood up and walked to the window. She leaned out into the sunlight and peered at the long lines of ancient walls. No, it was built after my time. The castles were smaller and rougher then, often built only of timber. This world was a different place. "You aren't from this planet, are you?" Carla asked. Morgan faced her and frowned. "So many questions. You're getting boring. Perhaps I should teach your son instead." "No, please, teach me. Perrin is too young. He's probably off somewhere, playing. You were telling me about mind control." "Yes, I was, wasn't I?" She returned to her seat. "It's a matter of projection. You have the rudiments already, but we can refine them. Tell me how, and I want to know what else I can learn." "One step at a time, Carla. One step at a time." Chapter 40. The rain hadn't stopped. Taylan let herself out the back door of the safe house and paused to put on her jacket. She'd left her pulse rifle and pack behind. Carrying them around town would draw attention, but she was already regretting her decision to not bring her backpack. All she had was the clothes she stood up in, no food or any other supplies. She couldn't risk going back. She would be bound to wake someone up, or Merlin might change his mind about giving her away. Why hadn't he said anything or alerted Wright? She gave up trying to figure out what was going on in the alien's mind and stepped out into the night. Retracing the route that had brought them to the safe house, she made her way back to the road, climbing fences and trudging through muddy yards. From memory, the refugee camp had sat on the town's northern outskirts. It was as good a place as any to begin her search, and she might be able to scrounge a little food. She set off. It was still hours until dawn. No one was about and no street lights shone, probably in anticipation of the feared EAC attack. The rain fell in a steady stream. Taylan remembered the last time she had been here, nearly a year ago. She recalled her growing desperation when she couldn't find Kayla or Patrin. The town had been the destination of the ferry from West BI, one of the last to get out, as she understood. When she'd finally arrived, she'd been confident it would only be a matter of days before she found her children. Then days had dragged into weeks, and she had broadened her search to surrounding camps, villages and towns, only to come up empty-handed. This time she wouldn't give up. She would keep going until she found them, even if it took the last breath in her body. Footsteps pounded behind her, wet and heavy on the sodden sidewalk. Someone was in a hurry. Taylan turned and looked back. It was hard to see in the dark, but the person running toward her seemed to be a man. She moved to the side of the street to get out of his way, but as she watched and waited, recognition flashed in her mind. It was Major Wright. At first she shrank into a doorway, hoping he wouldn't see her. But of course he'd seen her. That was why he was running. She leapt from her hiding place and sprinted up the road. Despite the delay, she still had a head start on him. If she could reach the town centre, she might be able to lose him in the maze of streets. After a minute's running, she risked a glance over her shoulder. He was gaining on her. She mentally cursed and tried to speed up, but she was already going as fast as she could. She was panting and her lungs were beginning to ache. Then it hit her. Why was she running? What could he do to make her go back? Threaten to shoot her? He wasn't carrying his rifle. Beat her up? She would like to see him try. She halted. They weren't aboard the Fearless anymore. They weren't even in BA territory. There wasn't anything he could do to force her to take part in the mission. He reached her in a few seconds. By the time she realised he wasn't going to stop, it was too late to get out of his way. He barreled into her, and they both hit the ground. He was on top of her, his face centimetres from hers, wet from sweat and rain. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, Ellis?" he yelled. She gave a mighty heave and pushed him off. Clambering to her feet, she exclaimed, "Get away from me! I'm not a Marine now! I resign!" He also stood up. They faced each other, panting. "I told you once, you don't get to leave whenever you want. You don't get to choose your departure date." "Well, I am choosing," said Ellis. "I'm staying here." "God damn it!" He leaned in, glaring at her. She'd never seen him this angry, not even when he'd broken up the fight with her cabin mates on the Valiant. "Don't you understand you're risking the future of the BA? Perhaps the future of the planet?" "You have Merlin and the others," she replied. "You don't need me." "If I didn't need you, I wouldn't have assigned you to the mission. I can't believe you're walking out. How can you be so irresponsible?" "I'm not being irresponsible. It was irresponsible of me to enlist. I should never have left Ireland. I have to find my kids and get them away from here. Everyone's saying the EAC are going to invade soon. I have to get them to safety. I am being responsible. My first responsibility is to my family, not to you and not to the BA." She strode away from him. Her part in the conversation was over. If he'd wanted an explanation for her behaviour, he had it. Somewhat to her surprise, he didn't come after her. She continued walking, not looking back. "Taylan," he called out. "Wait a minute." She walked another few steps and then halted, deciding to give him the chance for his say. He seemed to have given up on trying to force her to go back. She didn't want to part on bad terms. None of what had happened was his fault. His voice sounded again close to her ear. "Let's get out of this rain." The front door of a nearby house had an awning overhanging the street. They moved beneath it. "I thought it might be something like that," said the Major. "The vids. They were of your children, right?" She swallowed. "They were all I had of them, apart from this." She touched her necklace. "And Wilson deleted them or something? I understand now." He looked out into the rain. "It's true. The EAC are about to make a push across the Irish Sea. All the signs are there. It's only a matter of days, we think. That's why it's vital we try to take the Dwyer out now. If we leave it too long, she's going to embark on another genocide." Looking into her eyes, he went on, "I picked you for the operation because of your relationship with Arthur. Merlin maintains we'll never do it without both of them, but I don't trust that alien as far as I could toss him at 10 Gs. I do trust Arthur, and I know he'll listen to you. I have to keep a grip on the situation, and I need you to achieve that. I didn't only bring you because you're handy in a fight." "You're right not to trust Merlin," she replied. "He saw me leave, and he didn't try to stop me." "No kidding. I'm not surprised, but I'm confused. He was the one who woke me to tell me you'd gone. He must have waited a few minutes to give you a start. Maybe he just likes drama." Wright considered for a moment and then said, "If we succeed in assassinating the Dwyer, the invasion of Ireland won't happen, and you'll have all the time in the world to find your children. And if we fail, I could die, and they would lose their mother and their only hope of escaping the war. Not only that, killing the Dwyer might not put an end to the EAC. Someone else might step into her shoes, and everything will carry on as before. I'm sorry. I don't want to make things harder for you, but I have to put my kids first. What if you do find them and manage to escape to the States? Do you think the EAC is going to stop at Ireland? You know that woman is intent on world domination. The States will be the next place she'll go. Where will you run to then?" She didn't have an answer. All she knew was she had to keep them safe now. Whatever happened afterward, she would deal with it then. "Okay," said Wright. "Look at it this way. In 24 hours, the mission will be over, for better or worse. It's only going to take a day. Your children have been missing for months. Is a day going to make that much of a difference?" He hadn't mentioned the possibility that she wouldn't survive it, but he did have a point. Wherever Cailin and Patrin were, they probably wouldn't be moving from there any time soon. "Taylan," he continued, "people are dying to create this chance for us. The BA is attacking the EAC in Jamaica and in space to distract the Dwyer from what's happening on her doorstep. I know you don't consider yourself a Marine, but if you won't do this for the Alliance, do it for those men and women. Don't make their sacrifice pointless." She drew a trembling breath. Somewhere out there, her son and daughter were missing their mother, or maybe not. Kayla, at least, had probably begun to forget her. She blinked back tears. "All right," she said. "One more day, then I'm gone." He gripped her shoulder. "One more day." Chapter 41. At the end of the jetty, a rusty old fishing boat bobbed on the choppy sea. The dawn was grey, the rain relentless, and now a gusting wind whipped it sporadically into Wright's face. His contact had said the crossing would take about 4 hours, which meant they would arrive in West BI mid-morning. He checked the key was empty and then led the team out. Waves banged the boat into the wooden piles as they jumped aboard, timing their jumps so they didn't end up in the water, at risk of being crushed between the vessel and the jetty's edge. The captain and mate were the only crew. As soon as the last person was aboard, the mate lifted the loops of rope that tied them to the land, and they sped out to sea. 2 hours later, when the rain had finally stopped, Wright spotted Taylan heaving her guts up over the side. He waited until she was finished before taking her some water. "Thanks," she said, grabbing the bottle. She took a drink, swirled it around her mouth, and then spat into the sea. "I was never a good traveller, not by boat or shuttle." She sank to the deck and rested her back against the bulkhead, putting one knee up and stretching out her other leg. Wilson and the 2 other Marines were huddled in the stern, keeping out of the wind. Arthur stood in the bow, Merlin beside him, looking out toward the West BI coast. The ancient king's hair hadn't been cut for a while, and as it had continued to grow at a prodigious rate, the red gold mane and beard were doing a lot to help him look the part of an exiled monarch returning by sea to reclaim his throne. Wright sat beside Taylan, out of sight of the others. She looked exhausted. He felt a little guilty for persuading her to stay for the mission's duration. He didn't have any kids, but he could imagine the wrench she must be feeling now she was delaying her search. On the other hand, everything he'd told her was true. He was glad she'd listened to him. "Tell me if I'm out of line," he said. "But is it okay if I ask you what happened to your kid's dad? I take it he isn't with them." She pulled a face. "He went to old France to join the local resistance organisation years ago. His family was French. I never heard from him after that. When he left, I didn't even know I was pregnant with Kayla." "I'm sorry." She shrugged. "We used to fight a lot. I don't think we would have lasted much longer. Maybe that was why he went. He could see the end was coming." "Or maybe he just wanted to fight the EAC." "Maybe. But if that was the case, he could have stayed in the BI. The writing was on the wall by then. The invasion was inevitable. As I see it, he abandoned us. Kayla never knew him, and Patrin barely remembered him. It's in the past now. No point in dwelling on it." Their conversation faded to silence. Wright leaned his head back and closed his eyes. The boat's motion was making him queasy too. He tried to focus on the assassination plan, such as it was. Merlin only wanted their help to get into the Dwyer's castle. Then he and Arthur would take it from there, he said. Suddenly, soft lips touched his own. He jerked his eyes open. Taylan pulled away. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." What was that?" "I thought, because you were asking about my eggs." "Sorry, I'm mixed up right now. I made a dumb mistake." "It's okay. To be honest, I'm flattered. I didn't think you saw me in that way. I thought you liked Arthur." "Arthur?" "No, I mean I like him, but not like that. He's too perfect." "Too perfect? Meaning I'm not perfect." She laughed and shook her head, but didn't answer. "Nothing could happen between us anyway," he said, trying to smooth the awkwardness. "Why not?" "Because you're a corporal and I'm a major. According to BA regulations, fraternization between ranks is strictly prohibited." "Does fraternization mean fuck?" "Yes, that's what it means," he hastily interrupted. among other things. Well, that's a stupid rule. No, it isn't. It's meant to prevent senior officers from using their position to coerce lower ranks into improper relationships. And it means you never have to send someone you love into battle. She thought for a moment. OK, it's a pretty good rule, but I bet officers do end up sending people they love into battle. Yeah, I'm sure they do, he conceded. So you can't date anyone who isn't the same rank as you? That narrows the pool quite a bit. You must live like a monk. Before he could answer, she cut in, saying, Wait, don't say it. She quickly rubbed the top of her head, messing up her hair, and then announced in a deep voice, My love life is not your concern, Corporal Ellis. He chuckled. Is that really how I sound? Uh-huh. She gave him a quick smile. I was never great at being a Marine, was I? Maybe not the best, but believe me, I've seen worse. At least you can hit a target and take a man down without too much hassle. And tie your boots and wipe your nose. A bittersweet feeling settled on him. When the mission was over, he would be sad to see her go, but he would also be happy she might finally be reunited with her kids. Assuming they both survived. If I'd been able to bring a batcher along, he mused, we might have saved all the trouble on the dropship. Wilson was my 5th choice. When I get back, I'll see to it he's disciplined for what he did to your vids. I think a batcher's dead, said Taylan quietly. Why? Wright asked. He's in the Valiant's sick bay. He is? He was MIA after the battle, but they found him. The doc said he was unconscious and trapped under a dislodged duct. He's going to be okay. Phew! That's great news. I've been worried about him. Wright was getting cold and stiff from sitting on the deck. He got to his feet and leaned on the rail, watching the grey, heaving waves. A line on the horizon implied their journey would soon be over. The hard part would come next. You know what, Ellis? He said. She looked up. What? You could act a tad more disappointed about the no fraternisation rule. The fishing boat captain couldn't risk taking them into a West BI port. Instead, he piloted the boat as close to the land as he dared in a small, sandy cove. That's it, he said. Any closer and I'll beach her. You'll have to wade to shore from here. I'll be back at dawn tomorrow, and I'll wait an hour, no longer. Wright jumped into the sea first, his rifle and pack held over his head. He was chest deep in icy water that seemed to suck the air from his lungs. A wave crashed into him, propelling him toward the shoreline. As he waded forward, he heard the splashes of the rest of the team jumping in. He reached the beach and walked up to the high tide mark. When he turned to assess the others' progress, Arthur was emerging from the churning water like a sea god. Shivering with cold, they quickly changed into dry clothes and then climbed the path up the side of the cliff. At the top, Carla Orr's castle was clearly visible in the distance. It was far too early to set out for it. They would have to find a place to hide and wait out the day. Chapter 42. Morgan had returned from walking the castle grounds. She went out there every morning, for exercise or to experience being outdoors after her centuries of incarceration, Carla supposed. A chill permeated the atmosphere as she entered the dining room. Carla had been too slow to send Perrin away from the lunch table, and now she would have to endure Morgan's manipulation of her boy. She was sure the woman was influencing his young mind. She'd said curious and flexible minds were the easiest to control, and Perrin had always been a curious child. "The sky has cleared," said Morgan. "What do you say we take a trip to the harbour this afternoon? I'd like to see where the ceremony is to take place." "Can I come too?" Perrin asked. "No, you have lessons, remember." "I'm sure missing a few hours of classes won't make any difference," Morgan said. "Perrin should be involved in the planning, and he should attend. He will succeed you one day. It's important he sees these things firsthand." "What things?" Perrin's eyes grew wide with excitement. "What's going to happen?" "He's too young," Carla protested. "He won't understand, and he might be frightened." "He will understand through experience, and then he'll lose his fear." Carla picked up her napkin from her lap, carefully folded it, and put it down next to her plate. "If you insist." She gave Perrin a tight smile. "If you're coming with us, hadn't you better go and get ready?" "Yes." He bounded from the table and ran out of the room. The invasion of Ireland was to begin in 5 days' time. Most of Carla's warships were at or near harbours along the west coast of the BI. Her soldiers were also arriving at the ports and preparing to embark. And at her military airfields, bombers and fighter planes were being put through maintenance checks. It was at the harbour near her castle that the largest naval force had gathered, and it was here she would hold the ceremony that would launch the invasion. A spectacle of a special kind was required. Ritual and custom were glues that helped to hold her empire together, and she couldn't afford to disappoint her people. At the same time, she resented Morgan's interference with her plans, especially involving Perrin in them. "Carla," Morgan said. Her expression had turned serious as Perrin left. "Have you managed to discover any more information about the person who burned you?" "No, not yet. My main source of BA intel was based in Jamaica, and since the country has fallen, my supply has been cut off. I've been trying to infiltrate their space fleet. I can sometimes turn new recruits before they leave for space, but recruits' access to useful intelligence is limited. I need someone higher up the ranks, but they're hard to reach." "This person belongs to the space fleet?" "Yes, I'm fairly certain of it." "Then perhaps the problem isn't so urgent. You said Arthur is with them too." "He has been all along, as I understand it. He left aboard one of their corvettes." I may be worrying unnecessarily." "What's your concern? I know you've explained in the past, but I could never remember clearly after my visits." Morgan paused, as if weighing up how much to tell her. "You and Perrin are of my line, which means you've inherited a measure of invulnerability from me. It's more complicated, but that's what's relevant here. Arthur has been given the ability to overcome your invulnerability. That is why he was preserved after the battle where he killed Mordred and I was imprisoned. And that is why it was important that you found him. But from what I can tell, it was not Arthur who hurt you." "How do you know?" Morgan smiled condescendingly. "Arthur wouldn't have arrived looking like a BA soldier. Whoever it was who burned you, it's someone else. I suspect this person is a descendant of someone who lived at the same time as Arthur, and who was imbued with a similar ability to hurt me and Mordred. He's inherited it in the way you inherited your protection from harm." "Who gave them this power?" "My enemy." Her expression turned dark as a thundercloud. Carla became wary of pressuring her too much and angering her. "Does the person I'm looking for know only he and Arthur can hurt me?" "It's impossible to say." "I think he must. It's too much of a coincidence it was he out of all the soldiers who chased me when I escaped my house in Jamaica. In this matter, there are no coincidences. Perrin bounced into the room, his cheeks flushed. He'd put on his jacket. "Are we going now?" "I'm ready," Morgan replied. "Are you, Carla?" "It'll only take me a minute." She rose from the table. Her short conversation with Morgan had created more questions than it had answered. Why wouldn't Arthur wear a BA soldier's armour? What was it that gave her invulnerability? If she was descended from Morgan, did that mean she wasn't entirely human herself? How could she protect herself and Perrin from Arthur and the other man? Who was Morgan's enemy? Pride and pleasure swelled in Carla's heart as she regarded the flotilla of warships awaiting her order to set sail for Ireland. In truth, many of them would mainly be transporting troops to land. She didn't anticipate breaking through the BA's pathetic naval defences would take much effort. Her vantage point on a specially built platform gave her a wide view of the harbour and out to sea. Her gaze dwelt particularly long on the pride of her fleet, Hecate. The amphibious assault ship had been seized in the battle for the BI and repaired. The Alliance's name for her had been Princess Royal, but Carla had insisted on changing it against the advice of her naval officers. They claimed it was bad luck to give a ship a new name, but she'd been determined to do it. She was damned if she was going to have a vessel named after the odious BI aristocracy in her fleet. Beyond the foot of the platform, the quayside spread out widely. There was plenty of space for the crowd that would witness the ceremony. Morgan had impressed upon her the need for something a level up from the traditional smashing of a bottle of champagne, followed by a wild, no-holds-barred celebration. Carla had agreed to her suggestion, but she hadn't picked a subject yet. Perrin grabbed the railing excitedly and leaned out over it. "Careful, dear," she said, gently touching his head. Morgan stood on her other side. "It will be magnificent," she murmured. Chapter 43. All the windows in the castle were dark except one, high in a tower. A pair of guards had just passed by, which meant they had at least a few minutes to scale the perimeter fence and slip inside. Dwyer Orr's security was slack. A patrol of armed guards seemed to be all she had in place. They'd seen one of the guards touch the fence, so it clearly wasn't electrified. Wright guessed the BA's strategy of attacking the EAC on two fronts had worked. The Dwyer's attention was elsewhere than her own backyard. Either that, or the woman was stupidly arrogant. "We go in 1 minute," he said. "Remember," he added to his Marines, "stick to Merlin and Arthur. You're here to protect them at any cost." Exactly what the alien's plan was, he still hadn't explained. All Wright knew was that it involved killing Carla Orr. They were dressed in black, including black woolen hats. They'd smeared their exposed areas with black skin paint. The Marines carried their pulse rifles, while Arthur only had a knife. Merlin was unarmed. Quietly they prepared to leave the patch of woodland where they'd been since darkness fell, waiting for the castle inhabitants to go to sleep. At Wright's signal, they slipped out from their cover and ran softly, keeping low to the fence. Ellis was the first to reach it and climb up and over, followed by Wilson. Wright waited for Merlin to scale the bars. He wanted to make sure everyone was inside before he entered the grounds too. But Merlin hesitated, and Arthur didn't leave his side. "Hurry," said Wright. "More guards will be coming soon. Do you need a hand getting over?" "There's something wrong," said Merlin. "What?" The Major looked around, trying to find the source of the alien's problem. "Something—" Merlin held out a hand toward the fence. "There's a barrier." "There's a freaking fence," Wright hissed. He added more calmly, "You have to climb over it if you're going to assassinate the Dwyer." "I can't pass it. She's been here and created a boundary. She must have been released. We're too late." "Who's been released? Carla or?" "No, someone else. I'm sorry. You have to call off the mission." "I can't call it off. Tens of thousands of Alliance military are engaged in battle right now to give us this chance. We have to see it through." "No, not like this. It has to happen another way, at a later time. I'm telling you, I cannot pass the boundary." "There is no other way," Wright exclaimed, struggling to keep his tone low. "What's happening, Major?" Wilson asked quietly from the other side of the fence. "Wait." He turned to Arthur. "Are you staying here with Merlin or coming with me?" The king said gravely, "If Merlin says we must do it another way, then that's what we must do." "We won't get a better opportunity than this," Wright argued. He suspected Merlin was up to something. His talk of boundaries and a nameless woman who had been released made no sense. "We're going ahead. Are you coming or not?" "I cannot," said Merlin. Arthur didn't reply. They were out of time. Wright began to climb the fence. "You're making a mistake," said Merlin. The Major dropped to the ground. "We're on our own," he told the others. "Merlin and Arthur backed out." "What?" whispered Ellis. "Why?" "I honestly don't know. But we're going to do this without them. Let's go." They ran across the empty sward surrounding the castle. Before they were even 10 meters from the fence, pulse fire burst from the castle windows. Soldiers poured from the doors and seemed to rise out of the ground. They must have been waiting in trenches, Wright guessed, invisible from a distance. Dwyer was not slack about her security. "Retreat!" he yelled. "Get back!" He began to fire, laying down cover for the others, but it was hopeless. They were vastly outnumbered and not even wearing armour. Maynard fell. Wright grabbed him and began hauling him one-handed while continuing to fire. Ellis grabbed his other shoulder to help. Wilson hit the ground next. "Leave me," Maynard gasped. "Run!" Both his legs had taken a hit. "No way," said Wright. If they could just get him to the fence. It was hopeless. Merlin had been right. Maynard was still aiming and firing as he was pulled backward. The leading EAC soldier toppled face downward. "Pick him up!" shouted Ellis, releasing Maynard and going down on one knee to aim at the approaching troops. "I'll cover you." But as Wright bent down to heft the Marine onto his shoulder, Maynard took another hit. He collapsed, lifeless. Wilson was also unmoving. A pulse flashed past Wright's head. "We're giving away our positions by firing," he said to Ellis. "We have to get out of here." They ran. Bates had made it to the fence. Wright saw him drop onto the other side and his shadowy figure sprint for the trees. A scream came from behind. Ellis had been hit. He ran back. Like Maynard, she'd been hit in the thighs. He stooped and got his shoulder under her midriff before lifting her up. They were only a few steps from the fence. When he reached it, Arthur was already there and leaning over the top, ready to take Ellis. He ported her over while Wright scaled the bars. By the time he touched ground, Arthur was on his way toward the woodland. The pulse fire from behind continued as he sped to the cover of the vegetation. Underneath the trees, the noise of his companions crashing through the undergrowth was loud. They would have to run far and fast to escape the EAC soldiers who would be sent out to find them. It was nearing dawn before Wright judged it was safe to stop. They'd come many kilometres from Dwyer's abode, trekking fast across the hilly landscape, walking in streams and across stony ground to avoid leaving a trail in the damp earth. Eventually, they'd come to a place that seemed deserted and there was no sign of pursuit. He didn't have much of an idea where they were, except that they'd come inland. The Dwyer would predict they would go to the coast to escape to Ireland, so he'd gone the opposite way. He hoped the fishermen who had brought them to West Bi would spot the searching soldiers in time. Along the way, they'd briefly halted at Merlin's request. Wright still couldn't quite believe what the alien had done. He'd seen Merlin repair the damaged minds of the men and women of the Fearless, but he'd never imagined what else he could do. He'd asked Arthur to lay Ellis on the ground. He'd knelt beside her and put his hands on her wounds, and he'd closed his eyes. Within less than a minute, miraculously, he'd healed her burned skin. With the EAC on their heels, there'd been no time for wonder at the alien's feat. They'd run on, Arthur now unburdened. A brook ran down from the hills. They washed the black skin paint from their hands and faces. All they had was 3 pulse rifles and Arthur's knife. They'd left their packs behind in the woods. Wright squatted at the water's edge, trying to figure out their next move. It would probably be best to wait for dark and then try to work their way back to the coast. Their only hope lay in getting back to Ireland somehow. He couldn't risk trying to contact BA forces via his comm implant while in EAC territory. He could give away their position. He focused hard on finding a solution to their plight. He didn't want to think about what a disaster the mission had turned into, or the deaths of Maynard and Wilson. Merlin stepped on stones to cross the brook and stood on the opposite bank, surveying the landscape. "I see. It makes sense now." "What makes sense?" Wright asked. He rose to his feet. "Did you know the Dwyer had a whole platoon waiting for us? Is that what your boundary bullshit was about?" He knew his accusation was probably unfair, but he still harboured deep suspicions about the alien's motives. "I wasn't lying," Merlin replied haughtily. "I told you that making the assassination attempt last night was a mistake, but you ignored me. If you're looking for someone to blame, you don't have to look any farther than yourself. You're the one who said we could do this. The whole operation was your idea. The BA military heads would never have agreed to such a harebrained scheme if you hadn't suggested it. We were lucky to get away with our lives. If the EAC troops had waited 1 more minute before springing their trap, it would have been over for all of us. Now 2 men are dead and we're lost behind enemy lines with no easy way of getting out of here. Don't give up so easily. We can do this. I just have to figure out how. It isn't easy, you know. I admit the barrier was a surprise. I'm acting against a force I thought I'd neutralised." He looked at the hills again. The sun was beginning to edge over a distant summit. "I have to read the signs and interpret them correctly." More gobbledygook. "Well, if you can find a sign that points us toward the coast," said Wright, "that'd be great." Merlin scowled at him and stepped over the stream again. He walked to Arthur's side and began to talk to him in his own language. Taylan arrived in Merlin's place. "I want to check you're going to keep to our agreement." Wright sighed. "What agreement's that?" "1 more day, you said. So..." She squinted at the rising sun. "I guess I'm no longer a Marine." He sighed again. Yeah, Corporal Ellis, you have an honourable discharge. Good luck with your new life in enemy territory. It might be enemy territory to you. To me, it's home. Of course it is. I'd forgotten. I don't suppose you know where we are? I'm not sure. This place does look familiar, but I could be imagining it. Major, Bates called out. He was sitting on a flat stone a few metres from them. When Wright looked at him, he nodded toward Merlin and Arthur, who were walking away. Hey, yelled Wright, where are you going? We have to get some things of mine, Arthur replied. We'll be back soon. Chapter 44. Taylan trudged behind Arthur and Merlin for a while before they finally noticed her and waited for her to catch up. Wright had asked her to go after them, citing her friendship with Arthur as the reason. She suspected it was also because he thought she was the least tired of all of them. It was true that Arthur had carried her all the way through the woods until they stopped so Merlin could heal her legs. As she walked alongside them, she grimaced at the memory of the alien's touch. The sensation had been weird and uncomfortable. It had taken away the terrible pain of her wounds, yet she half wished she'd been able to receive regular treatment. Who knew what Merlin had done to her? So, where are we going? She asked. Arthur replied, To retrieve I know we're going to get your things, but where are they? And how could they possibly still be there after 3,500 years? I don't recall the name of the place, said Merlin, but I believe it's near here. I'm not certain. Landscapes change over time. The hills couldn't have changed that much, Taylan thought. As she looked about, the familiarity she'd mentioned to Wright grew. She'd been here before, maybe as a child. I remember now, she blurted as it came to her. I know where we are. We're in the Preseli Hills. Carmenin, Voldragan, and Avreni. I climbed them all when I was a teenager. You know this area? Merlin asked. Then maybe you can help. Do you remember a small ancient chapel somewhere hereabouts? A little church? Not off the top of my head, but I'll think about it. If she could have conjured a church right there and then, she would have done it. She hadn't slept for 2 nights or eaten for a day, and they must have run 20 kilometres across country. She was about to drop. Silently cursing Wright and his request, she wasn't a Marine anymore. She trudged onward. That moment on the boat when she'd kissed him had been embarrassing, but they seemed to be over it. What had she been thinking? He'd looked cute sitting there with his eyes closed and that stupid tuft of hair sticking up. And she'd been so sad about her kids. She had screwed up, but it wasn't the end of the world. Her subconscious must have been working on Merlin's question, because the image of a derelict chapel popped into her mind. It had been little more than old stone walls. The roof must have caved in long ago. Where had it been? Stop, she said. I think I might know the place you're looking for. Wait here. They were in a cleft between 2 hills. Picking the highest one, she climbed wearily to the top. Once she was there, the wind hit her hard. Holding her hair away from her face with one hand, she scanned the surroundings. Memories of her holiday returned to her. Dad and her mother bickering, though not seriously. It had been more of a habit than anything with them. Long days spent tramping up and down, until she'd thought her legs couldn't take it any more. There it was! She'd spied a grey wall, almost lost among vegetation grown wild. When she'd visited the church, the locals had kept the place neat and tidy for tourists, but naturally that had all stopped after the EAC took over, and the only way to survive was to hide. "I found it!" she shouted down to Arthur and Merlin, and pointed. She ran down the hill, and her companions began to walk in the direction she'd indicated. She halted in horror. Men and women were emerging from hidden places in the hillsides and running toward them. As she went to shout a warning, someone flew into her from behind and grabbed her waist. She overbalanced, and they both tumbled down the slope over and over, locked together. They reached the bottom and began to slow down. Taylan swung her fists at the man and kicked him, trying to break free. They struggled on the ground. She got on top of him, pinning him with her knees, and clasped his throat in both hands. Shouts were coming from behind her. The man's eyes were popping and his face was turning red. She squeezed tighter. She might not have been able to kill Dwyer all, but at least there was one EAC invader who was going to die today. Then she realised the shouts she was hearing from Arthur and Merlin's attackers were in her mother tongue. Horrified, she snatched her hands from the man's throat. "Ydych chi Gymraeg?" she asked. "Are you Welsh?" With effort, he nodded. She leapt up. "I'm so sorry." He rubbed his throat but didn't seem able to answer. She spun around. Merlin and Arthur were standing back to back. Arthur had his knife out. One of the attackers was on the ground, clasping a bloody leg. The others encircled her companions. She yelled in Welsh and waved her arms. "Hey, we're friends! Not EAC! We're not EAC!" The resistance group had been on their tails ever since they'd entered the hills. Wary of the pulse rifles the Marines carried, they'd been waiting for the right moment to attack. Splitting up had been the catalyst. Wright and Bates were already captured back down the track. Without their uniforms to prove their affiliation, none of the group had believed Wright and Bates when they said they were from the BA. But Taylan's native Welsh convinced them. The captives were set free and both sides apologised for the damage they'd inflicted on the other. "Where are you heading?" asked a woman who seemed to be the leader of the group. "The chapel over the hill," Taylan replied. It felt good to speak her first language after so long. "My friend Arthur has to collect some things from it." "St. Martin's? There's nothing there but old stones, but I'll take you to it. My name is Angharad, by the way." Taylan introduced herself and then told Merlin and Arthur to follow them. Wright and Bates stayed behind. As they walked, she and Angharad did the usual thing of comparing localities and families. Taylan found it surreal. It was like she was out for a picnic with some new acquaintances. The crumbling walls of the church appeared in the distance. Taylan also couldn't imagine Arthur would find anything, but she knew Merlin wouldn't give up until they went and looked. They had to beat down overgrown weeds and shrubs to reach the doorway. Vegetation was growing thickly inside too, heading for the open sky above. "This is it!" Merlin exclaimed. "This is the place!" He forced his way through the greenery to the stone altar and then around it to the other side where the priest would stand. "Arthur, come here!" Curiosity driving her, Taylan followed her large friend, benefiting from the crushing effect of his passage on the plant life. Angharad came with her. The far side of the altar was constructed from blocks of cut stone, the gaps between them filled with mortar. Merlin asked for Arthur's knife. He slipped the blade between the blocks, freeing the crumbling remains. It was impossible to pull the stones out, so he pushed on one near the top. It didn't move. He asked Arthur if he could kick the wall in. It only took a couple of tries to dislodge a stone. It fell into the hollow centre, and then the entire altar quickly followed, collapsing in a cloud of dust. Everyone had jumped backward to avoid the falling stones. Merlin waved the dust away and leaned over the rubble to peer into it. "They're here! They're still here! Arthur, help me lift the stones away!" Taylan caught a glimpse of metal. Even more remarkable than the fact that whatever Merlin had sealed in the altar all those years ago had never been found and removed was the shine that came from it. Arthur pulled it out and wiped off the dust. It was a helmet, conical with cheek and nose guards and a flap that extended to cover the neck. It looked as fresh as the day it had been made. But that wasn't all. Merlin was now picking up something else. Chainmail, as long and wide as needed to fit Arthur's size, every link reflecting the sunlight. He put it down before reaching deep into the rubble again. "I can't get it out. We need to move more stones." Taylan and Angharad helped to lift blocks from the pile. Gradually they revealed a long blade. Arthur knelt down, grabbed the hilt, and drew it out. He climbed to his feet and grasped the hilt with his other hand too. Standing with the point on the ground, the sword reached the middle of his chest. The expression of someone meeting an old friend after long years spent apart came over his face. Chapter 45. Carla watched impassively as the BA soldier writhed and screamed. The man torturing him wasn't a professional. Up until then, she'd had no need for one. The seduction of her belief system was sufficient to persuade her people to obey and to tattle on friends and family who broke her laws. But things were moving to a new level. She'd enlisted the services of the castle's butcher to carry out the task, and it had been a good decision. He'd performed well. He knew which parts of a body were vital to survival and which were most sensitive to pain. "That's enough for now," she said. The torturer put down his knife and the soldier's screams ceased. He only panted and moaned. It was fortunate the soldier's comrades had left him behind. He was the solution to her quandary over who to use for the ceremony, providing he remained alive just one more day. He'd held out all this time, but she had a feeling he was about to crack. She might still learn some useful information. Give him some water and something to eat, then ask him the questions again. She leaned close to the man's bloody, sweating face. His eyes drooped and his mouth sagged, but she knew he was listening. "You can make this stop. Tell me who it was who hurt me. You know his name. He must be famous in the Alliance. Tell me his name and all you know about him, and you won't have to endure any more pain." No answer came. Straightening up, she realised she'd stepped in the man's blood, puddled on the stone flags of his cell. Wrinkling her nose, she moved away. "Wait 1 hour, then start again." The guard opened the door and she stepped into the passage. Someone was approaching from the end. In the underground darkness, lit by torches, she couldn't make out the person at first. Then he walked into a pool of light. "John," she said, as the guard closed the cell door, "what are you doing here?" The old man looked from the guard to her and replied, "Can I speak to you in private, Carla?" They walked together to the end of the passage, where stone steps spiralled upward to the ground floor. No one else was about. "You must call me Dwyer in front of the others," Carla said. "If you're overly familiar, they'll lose respect for me." John grimaced. "What about my respect? Do you care about that any more?" "Of course I care. What do you mean?" He said softly, "I heard about what you were doing in there." He indicated down the passage with his grey, bushy eyebrows. "I didn't believe the rumours, so I came to see for myself. I didn't even need to see. I heard all I needed to know. You've gone to some excesses in the past, Carla Orr, but this takes the biscuit." She stiffened. "I wasn't aware I needed your permission to govern my realm." "But you aren't governing. You're turning into a tyrant. Did the woman you released from the mine put this idea into your head? I hope so. I hope you didn't think it up all by yourself." Morgan had made the suggestion that the BA soldier might be the key to finding out who had burned her. She hadn't explicitly mentioned torture, but it was the obvious inference. However, Carla wasn't going to tell John that. Morgan regularly undermined her authority. She needed to cling to her sense of control. "Everything that happens in my domain is by my decree and my decree only. I'm sorry if you find what I'm doing distasteful, but I neither asked for nor want your opinion. Stick to your potions and experiments, John, and leave the management of EAC affairs to me." She swept past him and mounted the stairs. "Carla," John called out. "Carla, listen to me. You don't have to behave like this." His voice faded as she reached the top of the staircase and walked into the main hall. When she woke the following morning, her stomach fluttered with uncharacteristic nervousness. She wasn't sure why she felt apprehensive. She had been looking forward to this day for so long, and now it was finally here. She should be happy, but instead she was filled with doubts. What if something went wrong with the ceremony? What if Morgan did or said something that would lower her status in the eyes of her people? What if Perrin was upset by what he saw? Trying to push her fears to one side, she climbed out of bed. A servant had already been in her room while she slept to light a fire in the grate. The flames sputtered and spat fitfully as the fire struggled to get going. She picked up the poker and drove it into the coals, twisting and thrusting it to allow some air in. It didn't make any difference. She gave up and sat on the rug in her nightdress, sudden apathy filling her. When she'd been a street rat in Berlin, she would have given anything to live the life she was currently leading. In fact, she would have given anything just for the chance to sit on a rich rug in her own room in front of a fire. But somehow, everything had started to feel sour and meaningless. It didn't take much thinking to link the change in her feelings about her life to the moment she'd released Morgan from imprisonment. Ever since then, she'd battled to maintain her grip on her position and power. But it was more than that. She never seemed to feel any positive emotions while she was in Morgan's company. Desire, yearning, dissatisfaction, jealousy, anger, yes, all these and more. But her love for Perrin had been turned into fear of losing him. Her pleasure from gaining new knowledge had become frustration that she didn't know more, and the triumph she'd felt about the adulation of her people had been transformed to dread that she might lose it to someone else. The creature from the mine sucked away the joy of living wherever she went, and there could be no end to her existence. She didn't age, and she couldn't be hurt. Except maybe she could. She'd said she had an enemy. Who was it? Not Arthur or the other person Carla sought. Someone else. If she could expose Morgan to her enemy, that might be the end of her problems. But how to find him or her? Morgan certainly wouldn't reveal the name. Perhaps the stories from her past might shed some light. It wouldn't hurt to look. Feeling better, Carla went to call for someone to help her wash and dress. Donning the ceremonial robes took time, and everything had to be perfect. While she was waiting for a servant to arrive, she heard shouts and cries coming from outside. She walked to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. The sky was clear and the sunlight strong. She blinked as her eyes grew accustomed to the brightness. Below, on the castle green, people were yelling and wailing. Some were running into the castle, but most stood in a group, pointing at something. She followed the direction of their fingers with her gaze. They were looking at an open window in a tower with a bundle of rags hanging from it. Confused, she squinted at the window, trying to figure out what everyone seemed so dismayed about. Then she recognized the white hair and beard of an old man. The bundle of rags was a human being, swinging gently by his neck like a rag doll, wearing an ancient nightshirt. One of his feet was stuffed into a fluffy slipper. The other was bare. Chapter 46. "We could certainly use your help, if you're offering," said Angharad, her eyes twinkling. She was in her late 50s or early 60s, Wright guessed, about the same age as Colburn, but the similarities ended there, except maybe for her caginess. It had taken him days to winkle the plans of the West BI resistance from her. Even now, he didn't think she had told him half of their arrangements. He understood her reluctance. It was conceivable that Arthur, Merlin, Bates, Ellis and he were EAC spies. They made a strange crew, if that were the case, but it wasn't impossible. "I am offering," he replied. "Anything we can do, we'll do it, except maybe for Arthur and Merlin. They seem to be making their own arrangements." The older woman bit her lip. "Let me think about it." The resistance in that area of West BI were housed literally inside a hill. A boulder stood at the entrance with a narrow gap behind it. Unless you knew it was there, you would never find it. They spent their days in the damp, earthy interior and came out at night to forage in the fields or, if food was especially scarce, steal from the nearby town that had been taken over by the EAC. Their existence so long after the enemy invasion was a testament to their caution and resourcefulness, and now their patience was about to pay off. Ever since the Dwyer had moved into the castle by the coast, they'd been watching EAC movements. It wasn't too hard, Angharad had said, to pretend to be a member of the cult. They didn't look different from the people of the BI. The most intrepid among the resistance had mixed with townsfolk and listened to the news and gossip. Some had even gone as far as to pretend to be workers at the military sites. It was risky. The biggest giveaway was their accent, so they worked hard to sound like the invaders. Along with other groups ranging up and down the coast, they'd learned of the preparations to attack Ireland, and in conference with those groups, they'd organised a range of acts of sabotage. That was about as much as Wright knew. That, and the fact that the invasion would be launched tomorrow after a ceremony at the port nearest the castle. While Angharad was pondering over what roles he, Ellis and Bates could play in thwarting Dwyer Orr's latest genocide attempt, he decided to slip out and get some fresh air. It was fairly safe to wander the hills at night, the resistance members said. The area had gained a reputation among the local EAC for being dangerous, as so many of them who entered it were never seen again. He emerged onto the stony ground in front of the hideaway. The sky was clear for a change. The rain rarely seemed to stop in that part of the world. The moon was up, making it easy to see his way as he walked down the remainder of the slope to the bottom of the hill. Not paying too much attention to where he went, he set off along the dip. As well as concern about doing all he could to foil the launch of the invasion tomorrow, he was also bothered by worries about how he would get everyone back to Ireland. At the forefront of his thoughts, however, as she had been ever since that moment on the boat, was Taylan Ellis. He couldn't get the memory of those soft lips out of his mind. Her joke that he lived like a monk wasn't too far from the truth. He'd accepted long ago that he had to choose between his personal life and his job, and he thought he'd made peace with his decision to choose the latter. But Ellis had thrown him into a turmoil, and he didn't think it was only his natural inclinations as a healthy man that were driving his disturbed state of mind. The woman was irritating as all hell as a Marine, but as a person, he liked her. She was brave, smart, loyal, and funny, and, confusingly, he found her disregard for authority refreshing. He'd begun to dread the day he would return to the Fearless or the Valiant, or wherever the Royal Marines sent him, leaving her to search for her children. The chances they would ever meet again were slim. His heart heavy, he began to take more notice of his surroundings. He must have been wandering for half an hour. The shadowy hills still surrounded him under a star-filled sky. He was reminded of the last time he'd been in West Bi, when he'd taken Arthur from the cave in the mountain and carried an injured Ellis back to the Daisy. But here there was no snow on the ground. It was late spring, and the night air was warm. He'd arrived at the place where Arthur and Merlin had recovered the artifacts the alien had hidden so long ago. The chapel walls were black against the glittering sky. A figure stood in the doorway, his back toward Wright, looking into the building. Wright crept forward a few paces until he realised he was looking at Merlin. He walked up to him, hoping to get a better handle on what he had planned. He'd said he hadn't given up on his scheme to assassinate the Dwyer. When he reached Merlin, the alien put a finger to his lips and nodded toward the inside of the chapel. Wright looked in. A space had been cleared in the vegetation in front of the debris from the altar, and Arthur was kneeling in it. The bright moonlight illuminated the altar's remains, turning them into a pile of broken silver. For the first time, Wright noticed a cross on the chapel wall. Arthur knelt on one knee. In his right hand he held his sword hilt, the long blade stretching tall. His other hand was clasped to his chest, and his shaggy head was bowed. "What's he doing?" Wright whispered. Merlin raised his eyebrows before replying equally quietly, "Praying, of course." Praying? Wright was not religious, and in all his life he hadn't encountered many strong believers. The notion of true faith in a deity was strange to him, though he understood in Arthur's time such beliefs were common and deeply held. "What's he praying for?" he asked. He guessed the ancient king was hoping for divine help at Dwyer's ceremony. "Forgiveness." Wright frowned. He couldn't imagine Arthur doing anything that required forgiving. "For what?" "Not for what he's done, for what he's about to do. He's asking forgiveness for the murders he will commit tomorrow." Chapter 47. Taylan reached the port before dawn, yet the crowd was already gathering. Small groups dotted the wide quay where Dwyer ceremony would take place, and more people were arriving, walking from the surrounding streets, some carrying young children, others supporting an elderly relative. By the time the ceremony started, the place would be packed. Ropes had been strung along the harbour wall, probably to prevent accidental falls into the water. A huge ship loomed tall at the quayside, some kind of amphibious craft. The harbour was massive, but the vessel took up most of the available space, a mountain of grey steel. Its main deck stood high out of the water, and heli-rotor blades peaked over the edge. When Angharad had suggested the Marines help the resistance with an attack on the ship, Taylan hadn't understood the ambition of the plan. She kind of wished she was working with Wright and Bates. She knew that, whatever happened, after today she would never see Major Wright again. But if this was going to be the last day they both spent alive, she would have liked to spend it with him. Except Merlin had insisted she had to help Arthur assassinate the Dwyer. They were tied, he'd said, by ancestral and arcane links. It was something to do with one of her forebears, a knight of his table whose blood she carried. He hadn't explained how he knew or exactly what it meant. She wondered if the alien was making it all up. Ever since he'd arrived, she'd had the sense he was playing with all of them. Whatever. It made sense for her and Arthur to handle the hit on the Dwyer. So here she was, dressed as an EAC guard in a stolen uniform, courtesy of the resistance, and carrying a similarly purloined pulse rifle. The idea was, when an opportune moment came, she would shoot Dwyer all. Angharad had said they would have a boat waiting for her and Arthur when the deed was done. Escaping from the mob of outraged cult followers would be the hard part. "You," said a voice. An EAC soldier had come up behind her. From the double sunburst on his uniformed soldier, she guessed he was an officer. "What are you doing here?" Taylan didn't answer. If she spoke, her accent might give her away. "Get over there on the route marker." She nodded and began to move toward a line chalked on the ground. "What's up with you?" barked the officer. "That's no way to respond to an order." She mentally rolled her eyes. It was just her luck to encounter an EAC version of Major Wright. She put her hand to her throat and said hoarsely, "Sorry, sir, got a bad cold." "That's no excuse. Now go and do your job." She supposed her job was to keep back the crowd when Dwyer Orr's vehicle arrived. The platform where she would stand was already constructed. Taylan began figuring out the lines of sight. If she was to shoot the Dwyer and get away alive, she would need to slip through the crowd and fire from near the harbour's edge. Arthur would make an attempt on the leader's life too, but it wasn't clear how. He couldn't fire a pulse rifle, and if he tried approaching with that massive sword of his, he wouldn't get 2 meters before he was taken down. She was worried about him. She'd tried to spend more time with him and extract him from Merlin's influence, but it was impossible. The two were thicker than thieves, especially since they'd found Arthur's sword and battle dress. And the king had changed. He'd become distant and regal, as if he were reverting to the man he'd been before. While Taylan had been musing, the crowd had grown bigger. Workmen came to string ropes along each side of the marked route. More guards arrived to keep the people back. Hawkers pushed carts selling snacks and drinks, and women dressed in sweeping, decorative robes approached groups and individuals to talk to them. At first, Taylan thought the women were prostitutes, but after watching their activities, she realised they were fortune tellers. How predictable it was that EAC followers would believe a random stranger could tell them their future. The crowd surged and heaved behind Taylan, forcing her into the rope barrier. It was nearly noon. The ceremony was due to begin not long after. A rush of adrenaline began to replace the tiredness from her long wait. Whatever the outcome, it would all be over soon. Holding her rifle across her chest, she pushed into the people nearest her, driving them back. They were jammed in with little room to move. From where she was standing all the way to the harbour's edge, she could see nothing but heads. How had no one fallen into the water yet? Or maybe they had, and nobody cared. The faces around her looked feverish and delirious. Carla Orr's people seemed to be working themselves up, ready to release a burst of frenzied adulation when their cult leader arrived. The hum of chatter began to rise. Excitement surged. The vehicle bringing the Dwyer had been spotted. Bodies thrust against Taylan, crushing her. She curbed her urge to yell at them, only locking her knees and leaning in hard to resist the pressure. But then, by itself, the pressure began to ease. A hush settled on the place, and people became still. Eyes widened and mouths fell into wide gapes. She heard the whine of an approaching vehicle. Dwyer was here. Taylan turned around. The approach route for the EAC leader's conveyance curved, so at first she could only see the top half of the vehicle. Dwyer stood at the front, wearing the strangest costume Taylan had ever seen. 2 great horns draped with cloth stuck out above her head, and her face was wrapped in another cloth covering her hair. Elaborate robes fell from her shoulders to her feet, decorated in symbols. She held both her arms out in front of her in a welcoming gesture. What a nutcase! Another woman, wearing a long dark dress and smaller and slighter, stood to one side and a little behind her. A boy stood on the other side. There were more people behind them, but Taylan couldn't make them out. She had a clear line of sight from her position to the Dwyer. If she shot her now, she would be unlikely to miss. But she was meters and hundreds of rabid fans from her chance of escape. She would likely be ripped limb from limb, and though her death might be worth it if she put an end to the great evil in the world, she had 2 children who needed her. Then light glinted on something in the area above the Dwyer's vehicle. A transparent barrier was in place to protect the leader. Taylan exhaled. If she'd tried to shoot her, the pulse would never have made it through the protective barrier. She would have sacrificed her life for nothing. She turned to look at the platform where the Dwyer would stand. A barrier had been erected around that too. She quietly cursed. They'd been naive to imagine killing the woman would be so easy. Hell, her followers were so insane she probably needed protection from them as well as her actual enemies. Taylan wondered what she should do. There wouldn't be another opportunity as good as this for a while. The Dwyer's castle was too well protected. And if the ceremony went ahead, the invasion of Ireland would begin and tens of thousands would lose their lives, maybe including her children. Arthur would never break through the barriers with his sword, even if he managed to reach them. It was down to her to do it. Perhaps there would be a moment when the woman moved from the vehicle to the platform that she would be unprotected. If she could get one shot in at the right time, she might do it. The vehicle rounded the curve. Taylan's heart stopped. A man was tied to a pole attached to the front. Nearly naked, he was suspended upside down. His feet, waist, and the wrists of his outstretched arms were strapped to the pole. He'd been horribly tortured. What remained of his skin hung from him in long strips, some old and crusted with blood, some fresh and dripping. As she watched, she saw him twitch. The world retreated, and a piercing whine filled her head. He was alive. God, He was still alive. White-hot rage began to fill her. She'd heard tales of the depths of the Dwyer's evil and depravity, but she'd never seen it up close. Only the knowledge that her effort would be useless stopped her from unleashing pulse round after pulse round at the monster. She had to keep her cool. When her chance came, she would take it, even though she would certainly die. Dwyer could not be allowed to live. The place was utterly still as the crowd gazed at the tortured man. Taylan found she couldn't look away from him either. The vehicle slowly drew closer until it was only meters from her. No! 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 Wilson. The tortured man was Wilson, the Marine who had destroyed her vids, the man they thought had died in the assault on the Dwyer's castle. He'd still been alive, and they'd left him behind, and now this had happened to him. His eyes locked on hers. He'd recognized her. Pity and sorrow welled up inside her. Wilson had been an asshole, but he hadn't deserved to die like this. She couldn't tell Wright. He would never forgive himself for leaving the man behind, even though they'd both thought he was dead. The vehicle was drawing level with her. The figures on the top remained fixed in their silent tableau. Wilson's lips moved. He was trying to say something. What was it? She thought she heard the word sorry. Then he was gone. Chapter 48. Now, said Angharad. Wright looked through his binoculars. In the distance, the crowd in the harbour was transfixed on the Dwyer as she passed through them. Even the lookouts on the ships were peering at the spectacle. The resistance leader was correct. They had to make their move. They might never get another opportunity as good as this. All night, Wright, Bates and the resistance fighters had been trying to approach the amphibious assault ship moored in the harbour, and all night the security patrols had been too extensive to penetrate. Floodlights had shone from the ship, sweeping the water, and small, fast vessels had sailed up and down her side. The rower dipped his oars, and the boat moved out from the tall reeds that had hidden it. They rowed down the river leading to the harbour. "Go faster," Angharad urged, "or it'll be over and they'll see us." The rower sped up his pace until they were gliding along rapidly, helped by the river's current as it ran down to the sea. Wright gave the magnetised charges a final check to steady himself as much as for assurance. Taylan was somewhere in that crowd on the quay, among thousands of people who would kill her if they found out she wasn't one of them. And she was about to do something that would reveal that fact. He wished he'd argued harder with Merlin about her taking part in the assassination. The alien had insisted and wouldn't budge, even though he couldn't give a sensible explanation as to why it had to be her. It should be her where he was, and him up there among the EAC followers. Or, preferably, she should be on her way to Ireland and not taking any risks at all. "Okay," said Angharad. "Slow down and keep as close to the bank as you can." Overhanging vegetation poked into the boat as they slowly moved along. They were nearly at the harbour. Though they were so close, strangely, no noise from the crowd reached them. Wright wondered where Merlin and Arthur were. Was this going to be a replay of the scenario at Dwyer's castle? Was the alien going to encounter another invisible barrier that would prevent him and his friend from risking their lives? Their boat slid into the harbour. "Just a little farther," Angharad murmured. If they'd had proper equipment, the job would have been so much easier. even just some underwater gear. But the West BI resistance only had what was left over from the invasion war, the things they'd managed to steal from the EAC, and their wits and courage. Luckily, they seemed to have plenty of the last two items. "Stop," whispered Angharad. The rower reversed the oar's direction and the boat slowed. "Think you can make it from here?" she asked. Wright was not a great swimmer, despite being a Marine. Military starships generally didn't carry swimming pools. He checked the distance and knew he would never make it all the way underwater, but he could probably make it into the shadow of the ship where he could risk surfacing to take a breath. "Yeah," he replied. Bates also agreed. They climbed over the side of the boat and slipped into the chilly water. Angharad handed Wright a charge. He trod water while he got his bearings, took a breath, and then went under. Chapter 49. "My people," Dwyer called out, "your love and devotion overwhelms me." Taylan's raging hatred of the woman hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger, frustrated by powerlessness. There had been no chance to shoot her as she moved from her vehicle to the platform. The entire passage had been guarded by the transparent protective material. The only way to kill her would have been to drop a bomb on her. The assassination attempt had failed before it had begun. Taylan guessed their attack on her castle had triggered the additional precautions. They'd screwed up. She would just have to wait until the ceremony was over to sneak away and hope Arthur didn't do anything stupid, wherever he was. At least there was still the possibility the resistance might sabotage the launch of the invasion. The Dwyer was still talking. She was spouting some rubbish about the EAC taking over the world and turning the earth into a paradise for all who worshipped her. Taylan grimaced and stopped listening. The woman's words hurt her head, and she hated to the depths of their souls all the people who stood around her, adoring the excuse for a human being. Didn't they understand they could one day be hanging from a pole on the Dwyer's vehicle, hurt almost beyond recognition? Or, if not them, someone they loved? A man was walking down the route, dressed head to toe in black. Who was this? The crowd watched him as he approached the feet of the platform. The Dwyer must have announced something, but Taylan had missed it. The man bowed to the Dwyer and her entourage. He turned and bowed to the crowd. He took a knife from the sheath at his hip and walked over to Wilson. A beat of silence. She looked away. A roar went up from the crowd. People jostled against her. She looked back. Wilson was dead. After allowing a short time for jubilation, the Dwyer held up her hands for silence. "We are about to embark on the next stage of our great journey, and the blood sacrifice guarantees our success. Have no fear, we will win our next battle, as we have won so many battles before, to the glory of all. In a moment I will give the signal for the launching of the Hecate, and as she sets sail, so will all the vessels to take part in the great invasion. Our aircraft will take to the air, and our airships are already in battle with the BA forces who might try to fight against us. But before I give the signal, I want to give a warning. We have enemies among us, enemies who want to destroy your Dwyer." Shouts and echoes of "No!" and "We'll stop them!" came from the crowd. "These people have special abilities, but They can be defeated. To do it, I need your help. Will you help me?" The cry went up. "Yes!" "One of them is called Taylan Ellis." Everything around Taylan seemed to come to a grinding halt. "What the But she won't give you her name," said Carla Orr. Painfully aware of the audience behind her, Taylan wished she could turn invisible. Did the Dwyer know what she looked like? If she did and told her followers, how would she make it out of the place alive? "She may even be here today," said the Dwyer. "Actually, I hope she is. I have a special surprise for her." She said something to someone in the group of people clustered behind her. The group parted and 2 children walked forward. Kayla and Patrin. Her legs nearly collapsed beneath her. Her kids! How the hell did Dwyer Orr have her kids? "If you're here, Taylan," she said, "I want to make a bargain with you. Step forward now, give yourself up, and your children will live. I'll give you 1 minute, then I will kill one of them. I haven't decided which one yet. Maybe the girl. I prefer boys myself." Wilson had seen her vids. He must have described Kayla and Patrin to her, or maybe she'd found them after he'd given the Dwyer her name. What choice did she have? Dwyer Orr might not keep her word. She might kill her children anyway, but she had to give them at least a chance of survival. She raised her hand. At the same time, a scream burst out. More screams and more came in quick succession. It was Arthur. Towering over the heads of the crowd, clad in his chainmail and helmet, the king was approaching, wielding his sword like a scythe. Blood flicked from it as it swept through the air, slicing through skulls as if they were gossamer, severing necks, carving into arms and torsos. The people directly in his path fell like wheat before a harvester, and the ones not directly within his reach struggled to get away. As terror and panic spread, the crowd heaved. Shrieks, cries, and splashes came from the harbour's edge. A guard near Taylan took aim. She sprang at him, sending him to the ground, and he shot wild, disappearing into the air. But more rifles were aimed at Arthur. One pulse flew out and missed. The next did not. The bolt hit him square in the face. It had no effect. The raw energy broke over him harmlessly. Arthur blinked and moved on. Death in a sea of people whose time had come. Taylan gawped, unable to believe what she was seeing. Pulse bolts impacted him from all around, but he was impervious to them. A soldier reached the towering man after forcing himself against the stampede. He raised the stock of his weapon. Arthur cleaved both his arms at the biceps, leaving him staring stupidly as arterial blood spurted from his stumps. Unstoppable, he marched onward in the direction of the Dwyer's platform. Taylan swung around to see what the woman was doing in reaction to the nemesis heading her way. Could Arthur's sword cut through the barrier protecting her? From what she'd seen so far, anything was possible. Dwyer Orr was holding a knife to Kayla's throat. The Dwyer's meaning was clear. If Arthur threatened her life, she would kill the child. Taylan screamed. She leapt into the crowd, fighting through the churning bodies. "Arthur!" she bellowed. "Stop! Wait!" But the ancient king seemed to be moving on automatic, unaware of what was happening around him. His staring eyes were focused only on the Dwyer as his sword rose and fell. The people standing behind her were pouring off the platform and scattering into the crowd. Only the woman in the dark gown, Patrin, the other boy, and Kayla remained with the Dwyer. "Arthur!" Taylan cried out. "No, please, my daughter! She has my daughter!" Despair drove her forward against the flood of bodies moving in the opposite direction. She had to reach him. She had to stop him. A man fell in front of her. She trod on his back. More people were falling. She hauled them out of her way. Arthur was passing her. A trail of bloody corpses lay in his wake. "Stop! No!" The Dwyer raised her knife, preparing to strike. A crush of the fallen appeared at Taylan's feet. She vaulted over them. She'd reached him. She grabbed his left arm, saturated with blood. He pivoted. The great blade swung toward her. She caught a glimpse of reddened, wet steel. The blade sliced into her throat. It stopped. Arthur had halted. His gaze held hers. They were still, frozen, her hand on his arm, his other hand holding the sword that was millimeters from killing her. His eyes were the eyes of a crazed man. They'd lost all their warmth and humanity. But deep in their depths sat a spark of recognition. Boom! An explosion rent the atmosphere, and the harbour jerked beneath her feet. Taylan was deafened. A second explosion must have occurred, but she didn't hear it. She only felt the shockwave. Though she would have said it was impossible a minute ago, the crowd's panic doubled. Someone crashed into her and she fell. She fought to get up, but only managed to raise herself halfway off the ground. Arthur had moved on, but when Taylan turned to look at the platform, things had changed there. The Dwyer was climbing down the back of it, her headdress discarded, and the woman who had accompanied her... Taylan's mouth fell open. The woman was disintegrating. She was turning into a dark mist. The mist grew thicker and darker, and soon that was all that was left of her. The darkness floated upward and dispersed into the clouds. Something else was rising behind her. A small shuttle was taking off. Dwyer Orr was getting away. A foot pressed on Taylan's hip, and then another landed on her shoulder. Another person fell on top of her. She couldn't get up. The weight grew heavier as more people seemed to add to the pile. Her lungs were being crushed. She was suffocating. She tried to yell, but she couldn't take a breath. Then, just as blackness was overcoming her, the weight eased. She could breathe again. Pulling in her knees and elbows, she managed to move the person on top of her and get out. The quayside was a scene of terrible destruction. Bodies lay in a line, marking the path Arthur had travelled. More of the dead and injured from the stampede littered the place. The gigantic ship was listing, and... She turned toward the platform. Arthur stood in front of it, red from head to toe, resting on his sword. The platform itself was empty, except for 2 children. Her children! She sped over the ground, separating her from them. Within seconds, she was at the base and running around the back to find the stairs. She leapt up them. The children were facing away from her. She went to scoop them into her arms and press their cheeks into hers. But her arms passed through thin air. Confused, she tried again, but her hands swiped nothing. As she watched, they vanished. "They were not real, Taylan," said Arthur, looking up at her from below. "They were phantasms created by Morgan Le Fay." He took off his helmet wearily. "We failed. We will have to try again." Chapter 50. They laid Angharad to rest at the foot of Carn Menin. After Wright and Bates had swum back to the boat, they'd stayed where they were, hoping to collect Taylan from the quayside after the Dwyer's assassination. Merlin had said he and Arthur would make their own way back. Exactly at the moment the first charge exploded, Angharad's eyes had rolled up and she'd fallen backward, hitting her head on the wooden boards. Wright had checked for a pulse and respiration, but she had had neither. He guessed a stroke or heart attack had killed her. At least she'd had the satisfaction of hearing the sabotage had been a success. Up and down the west coast of the BI, more of the Resistance's efforts had been successful, forestalling the invasion. As long as Dwyer remained alive, Ireland would always be at risk, but they had bought the Irish and the refugees they were housing some time. The BA would be able to help them strengthen their defences. Wright looked up from Angharad's sons, shovelling soil into her grave, and across to Taylan, who stood on the opposite side. She was a wreck. She'd begun to bond with the fallen resistance leader, unsurprisingly given their shared backgrounds. It was clear Taylan loved her homeland and missed it deeply, but there was more to her state of mind than shock and grief. He hadn't learned the entire story, but Arthur had mentioned something about illusions of her children appearing at the launch ceremony. He didn't understand how that could be. How would the Dwyer know about Taylan's children, let alone what they looked like? And he thought she'd rejected the tech that would allow her to project a holo of them. It didn't make a lot of sense, but Taylan's face told him Arthur had it right. He couldn't imagine how she must feel, thinking they were nearly within her grasp, only to discover it was all a lie. Should he suggest she returned with him to the Fearless to recuperate? There was no point. She would never do it. Colburn wouldn't be pleased about losing her best Marine. The grave was filled. The men put down their shovels. One of them gave a short speech in Welsh. Taylan rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands. When they returned to the hideout in the hill, Arthur and Merlin had come back from yet another mysterious excursion. To Wright's surprise, Taylan didn't even greet them. She took a detour around the pair to sit on the far side of the hollow. He went and sat beside her. Her head hung low and she rested her elbows on her knees. The urge to pull the disconsolate woman into his arms was strong, but he resisted. "What's up?" he asked quietly. "Isn't Arthur your friend any more?" He'd meant to be light-hearted, but the look she gave him struck the smile from his face. "You didn't see the quayside, did you?" "No, we had to get away as fast as we could. Why?" Her features twisted as if she'd eaten something disgusting. "Something came over Arthur at the ceremony. He was a different person. You should have seen him. He was a killing machine. And the pulse fire from the guards didn't affect him. It washed over him like he was made of asbestos." He glanced at Arthur. Merlin was talking to him softly. The old king was built for fighting, there was no denying it. He didn't really understand what Taylan meant. "The pulse fire didn't affect him? How's that possible?" "I don't know, except it's something to do with Merlin. You remember how he wanted to call off the attack at the Dwyer's castle because he personally couldn't enter the grounds? Think about it. What difference would it have made if Merlin was there or not? He was never going to fight. I'm guessing he needs to be within a certain proximity of Arthur to do whatever the hell it is that changes him into an indestructible berserker. If it hadn't been Taylan telling him this, Wright might have thought he was listening to an exaggeration, but she'd always been pretty straight, too straight at times. She pulled down her shirt collar. He did this. A long cut filled with congealed blood marked the lower half of her neck. Arthur did that? He was going to kill me too, along with the rest of them. He only recognised me at the last second. Wright didn't know what to make of it all. What he did know was he was under orders to bring Arthur and Merlin back to the Fearless. The BA felt the two of them, the alien in particular, were far too precious commodities to be allowed to roam the globe of their own free will. How he would return with them if they didn't want to come, he hadn't quite figured out. "There's something else I haven't told you yet," said Taylan. "Dwyer knows who I am, and she's got it in for me. She said Arthur and I are her enemies. She seemed frightened of us." How could she possibly know about you and Arthur? He wondered if someone in the BA had been feeding the Dwyer information. She didn't answer. He had a feeling she was holding something back. What wasn't she telling him? "If Dwyer is after you," he said, "you'd be better off coming back to the Fearless. Nowhere on the surface will be safe for you any more." She bit her lip and shook her head. "I'm not leaving without my kids. I can't." She knows who they are too, or at least what they look like. They're at just as much risk as I am. I have to find them. She looked at him with such sorrow, he couldn't help but reach out and touch her shoulder. "There's something else," she said. Here was the thing she'd been holding back. "I think the Dwyer has a Merlin equivalent on her team." A what?" "She had a woman with her for the ceremony. The woman didn't say or do anything that I noticed, but at the end, when everything was going down, Arthur was on his way to the Dwyer and the bombs went off, she kind of evaporated. She became a mist, and then she was gone." Another alien like Merlin? Wright was feeling overloaded with information. He needed time to process it all. But time was something he didn't have. A boat was leaving for Ireland in a few hours. The Resistance was taking advantage of the turmoil following the sabotaged launch of the EAC invasion to send more refugees across. The fighters themselves would remain in the BI, doing what they could to hold back the tidal wave that threatened to sweep across the Irish Sea. He planned to be on the boat with Bates, Arthur and Merlin. Then he could contact the BA to be picked up from there. "If you won't return to the Fearless," he said, "at least come to Ireland with us. You said your children are there." "No, I think I was wrong. I talked to Angharad about it. She said maybe they never left West BI, and that's why I couldn't find them. I was looking in the wrong place. I'm going to look for them here. She already sent out the word about them." "But you'll be living in the shadow of the Dwyer." "I know, but don't you see? It's the best place for me. She'll expect me to put as much distance between us as I can. She won't be expecting me to stick around. She won't look for me right under her nose. And I had another idea. While I'm looking for my kids, I can spy on her. Maybe I can get intelligence to the BA to help them in the war." "It would make me feel better if you didn't sever ties with us completely," said Wright. "If I knew I might hear from you, or about you, from time to time." They held eye contact, not speaking. "If we're going to make that boat," said one of the Resistance fighters, "we need to leave now." "We're ready," said Merlin, rising to his feet. Arthur also stood up. He'd cleaned his sword, mail and helmet and was holding them. Relieved the pair were coming with him without protest, Wright wondered how Arthur's new possessions would go down aboard a starship. "I have to go," he said. A man emerged from the short tunnel that led to the exit. He searched the room until his gaze alighted on Taylan. He said something to her in Welsh. Her face transformed from dejection to joy. Clasping her hands to her chest, she replied in her mother tongue. Her eyes shining, she turned to Wright. "They think they might know where my kids are." "That's fantastic." "We have to leave, now," insisted the fighter who was taking them to the boat. "Good luck, Taylan," said Wright. "Thanks, and the same to you. Safe journey back." He hesitated. She waited, expectant. Then the moment was gone. He walked away from her, crossing the room. "Goodbye, Taylan," Arthur called out, before disappearing into the tunnel. Merlin followed him. Wright stopped at the entrance, glancing back at the woman watching him, and then he left. The end. This has been The Fearless, Star Legend Book 2, written and narrated by J.J. Green, with help from Welsh language consultant Mike Paddock. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.